that Harbaugh didn't know exactly what was going on and wasn't misleading the NCAA the entire time about what was happening with Connor Stalions. Connor Stalions was being a good foot soldier, right? What he was doing.
Hey.
He was being a smart infantryman, getting out ahead of the flanks and knowing what was going on with the enemy, and he was reporting back to his commanding officer, who was Sharon Moore and Jim Harbaugh. So I like that Jim Harbaugh got hit with the heftier show cause. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute.
Hey, who are you? I'm the Tooth Fairy. Oh, yeah.
The Tooth Fairy has started to stick to a budget. A poll from Delta Dental finds kids are waking up to find a little less under the pillow. The average value of a lost tooth dropped 14% this past year to a little over $5. The Tooth Fairy's also pinching pennies on a first tooth, which is typically a bigger gift for children. That fell 12% to $6.24. Joe Brusuelas, chief economist at RSM US, says the Tooth Fairy is holding back because people are spending on necessities.
If you take a look at consumer prices, ground beef that are up 11.5%, coffee that's up 14.5%, sugar and sweets that are up over 5%, we're setting up for the Tooth Fairy to be a real cheapskate.
Delta Dental says usually the Tooth Fairy tracks the S&P 500, but this year stocks are up and the treat for a tooth is down. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
No shade. Kids 14 and under will love the Brady Plus Trey Turner Performance sunglasses they'll receive on August 24th at 1:35 when the Phils host the Nationals. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Don't miss a fun-filled NL East weekend when the Phils host the Nats Friday, August 22nd at 6:45, Saturday, August 23rd at 6:05, and Sunday, August 24th at 1:35. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
If your home's old, drafty, inefficient windows and doors are in need of replacement, then go to the family name that's been trusted in the tri-state area for over 75 years. My good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida's expertly installed high-performance windows and doors will definitely increase the comfort level of your home while also helping you save on your monthly energy bills. But the savings don't stop there, because Guida will also help you save on the cost of your project by giving you 40% off all windows and doors during the month of August. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales are excluded. Offer expires at the end of August, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Change your shore life at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Earn entries now through August to be one of 2,000 winners to play Shore Match and win up to $1 million cash and prizes, including a 2025 Lincoln Nautilus. Grand prize drawing August 30th. Change your shore life during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, August 21st. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. And of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Greg Stocker, Dawn Stensland, they have the rest of the week off, so we are going to our Red State Reserves coming from the great state of Florida. Woo! We have Anna Hummel. Hello, Anna.
Hi, I feel like I just sniffed smelling salts. I feel very alive right now. Nothing to get the blood and the heart pumping like possible technical difficulties, but we're good to go now.
Good to go. And moving up a little bit in the Red State region, the Southeast. We go to Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Hello, Sean Farish.
Hello, Nick Kayal. Hello, Anna Hummel. Hello, technical difficulties. I could say it's probably China, right? It's probably China.
Oh, China.
And we get along well with China, right? We look at Xi Jinping. I call him Winnie the Pooh. And we also have a problem. You know, Eric Swalwell, who I happen to call his flatulence and Sir Toots a lot, is upset with me for China tariffs because Fang Fang is now more expensive. But we'll get it. We'll get that handled. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
What's up,
Hey,
everybody?
listen, we're in a good situation here.
We are. We're in good hands. Jimmy Kelly at the Wheels of Steel. Phil Omquist here as usual, as we have an action-packed show for you today. A ton of big stories to get into. I actually think the 4 or 5 stories that we'll kick around for the first hour and 45 minutes are all big take worthy. They are all huge stories in my opinion, so we'll get to all of those, which include immunization and indoctrination as back to school begins. That'll be the theme of the big take. Also, the Tony Fauci cover-up with COVID continues. Daily Caller with an exclusive story that we will get into this morning. And also on the culture wars front, or what I'd like to call the common sense front, we will now have mandatory sex testing when it comes to international competition so that we can keep Mrs. Doubtfires out of women's sports. We'll get to that in the big take a little bit later as well. And also this nationwide red wave. Very interesting breakdown from the New York Times on how 30 states have all seen Democrat voters leaving and people signing up and registering to be Republicans. It's huge, and we'll kick that around this morning as well. We have Fight Club, the cut sheet, and also our buddy Jimmy Fala will join us at 8:30 this morning. So we will have 3 of the 4 boxes on Zoom. Should we take bets on how many technical issues we have for that 25-minute stretch?
I don't want to, but maybe we should.
The whole thing's going to melt down.
Poor Nick.
It's unbelievable.
What's your stress level right now, Nick? Is it
it's
from
very
0
low.
to 10?
Yeah, I
Pretty low?
actually, for the next 2 days since Stalker's out, I didn't even bring coffee in. I just filled up some Woodford Reserve bourbon, put it over ice, and threw it in a Yeti. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah,
It's
so-
5 o'clock somewhere.
That's right. So if I start slurring,
Actually, it's 5 o'clock here. It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
That's right.
Cool.
5:05
It's 5 o'clock
Central.
somewhere.
Yes.
Where's my
Yeah,
Woodford
man,
Reserve?
whatever. Yes. All right, let's get down to business. Round number 1 of the news. Here is from Florida, Anna Hummel.
All right, Kayal and Company News live for the 6 a.m. hour. A bullet was fired into Andy Reid's office in May 2024. In May 2024, a bullet was fired into the office of Chiefs coach Andy Reid. He was present at the time. According to Sam McDowell of the Kansas City Star, neither Reid nor anyone else was struck by the bullet or injured in the incident. Reid now has a bulletproof glass in his office. Per the report, the bullet became lodged in the wall roughly 15 feet from where Reid was sitting. It happened shortly after midnight on May 4th, 2024. No arrests have been made. The shooting remains under investigation as an aggravated assault. Police maintain that there's no proof it was targeted at any specific person or organization.
You know, I have so many thoughts on this, and Sean, you're a big NFL guy like I am. First of all, just on the reporting front, this occurred May of 2024. Why are we hearing about this 15 months later, right? Seems like a big story to me if you're only 15 feet away from a bullet possibly grazing you. I don't know. We kind of talked about bullets grazing people in July of 2024, right?
Yeah, that was pretty hot last year.
There are people who believe that didn't happen, but those people are idiots.
Right.
So that's okay.
Has Candace Owens claimed that a Bills fan or a Ravens fan tried to take out Andy Reid so that they could actually win the AFC and get to the Super Bowl finally?
Nick,
she's blaming APAC for this one.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Anna. It's not Bills fans. It's not Ravens fans. It's Jews. That's who's up. That is the. By the way, I've got our friend Jason King. He's one of the listeners of my show. He made me a Chewbacca that says "It's the Jews" on it. So
J-O-O-O-O-S.
J-O-O-O-O-O-S. It's the Jews, right? So that's who is responsible for everything. See, Candace Owens thinks that iceberg is somebody's last name, so she thinks that Jews took down the Titanic.
Interesting. I always think when I hear iceberg, I think of lettuce, but that's just me. Phil,
Shredded lettuce took down the Titanic.
Yeah, shredded lettuce. Phil, throw the graphic up here. Somebody in response to the story last night posted this graphic of Andy Reid doing the Donald Trump fist pose with the flag in the background, and he's got Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce as his Secret Service agent.
Oh, that's who that is? Okay.
Yeah, and you know what's even funnier about that is that Travis Kelce's in the spot where the female agent was. So, we're in did you see him doing road work in the ocean the other day? That was pretty good.
No, what happened?
The photo shoot. And he was in a construction vest, but in the water. So,
okay.
Never seen that before.
Gotcha.
Manly man. SEPTA service cuts to affect about 52,000 school district of Philadelphia students, prompting panic among parents. The first day of school in the school district of Philadelphia is ticking closer, and tens of thousands of Philly students who depend on SEPTA don't have a clear idea of how long it will take them to get to class this year. At Flynn O'Hara Uniforms in Frankfurt, families were busy buying school clothes Wednesday, but many parents said they're far more worried about transportation. SEPTA service cuts and fare hikes are leaving them uncertain about whether their children will get to school on time and how the changes will affect their budgets.
All right.
So there's that.
I did the back to school whole thing last night.
Oh, yeah. How did that go?
I got to tell you, I have no complaints. Yeah, I'm usually the guy that complains about these types of things.
Mm-hmm.
Teachers were great personality. They kept it moving. We were in each teacher's classroom for no more than 7 or 8 minutes. I take this back. The only issue I had, issue I had was we're walking out and there's a desk set up right at the exit where they are selling the socks for the middle school with the school logo. They're called the Wissahickon Trojans. And for Spirit Day, they are selling these socks. They're white. You pull them up to about your calf, and it's got the Trojan logo. So my girls, of course, they were approached by the people selling them. And I'm like, all right, how much are they? And she goes, $30. I said, wait, $30? She goes, well, that's for 2 pair because you have twins. I said, $15 for a pair of socks? I get a 6-pack of socks for $12. Yeah.
So did you get them?
I did. I did. My wife, before I could even bring this up for a conversation, already had the Venmo app opened on her phone, scanned the QR code. The transaction was complete before I could get a word out, but
it happened. It went down.
It went downhill quick.
Doge. We need Doge.
I need to
look at that.
We need the Doge, the deep state of socks.
There you go.
It's Big Sock.
It's Big Sock, right?
Yeah.
Right. Once we're done with Big Pharma, Big Ag, Big Food, Big Media, Big Tech, we're going for Big Socks.
I like it. Not great news. 1 dead, 1 injured after 30 shots were fired on South Philadelphia sidewalk. A man is dead and another is hospitalized after a shooting on a South Philly sidewalk late Tuesday night. Police responded to multiple 911 calls just after 11:30 p.m. Tuesday on the 600 block of Mountain Street. Officers found a 23-year-old man shot in the shoulder, suffering from a gunshot wound to the shoulder. He was taken to the hospital and listed in stable condition. A short distance away, police found a 37-year-old man who was shot multiple times. He was taken to a nearby hospital where he later died. Police say it's unclear how or if the victims are related.
In the role of Greg Stocker, may I ask the stock question, pun intended, do we have a description of the suspect, Anna?
No.
Oh, okay.
No description of anyone.
All right.
Involved,
A male, possibly white.
Right. Thank you, CNN.
Was he one of those
skin.
dark whites? Yes. Look at this. We're on the same page this morning. This is very bad.
The dark whites. Not the tall whites, but the dark whites.
Those pesky dark whites have been a big problem these days, I'll just say. Especially, just going to say it.
Yep.
And lastly, in some celebrity news, Delaware native Aubrey Plaza wears a, quote, Philly is a woman's sports town shirt at a WNBA game in Brooklyn. This is getting a lot of attention. Actor Aubrey Plaza wore a shirt that says, quote, Philly is a woman's sports town at a WNBA game in Brooklyn. The shirt, which she got from her sister, was designed by 2 local organizations, and proceeds from its sales support a women's sports bar planned for Philadelphia. Do you agree with this,
No.
Nick?
No.
Is Philly a women's sports
No,
town?
I don't
How do you
even...
explain Bryce Harper?
Oh,
I'm only kidding. I actually like Bryce Harper a lot. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, though, the Bryce Harper thing's got to end where he's wearing, like, green batting gloves and green shoes, and then he was purple last night. I feel like he's going through all the colors of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with all of his apparel and accessories. Can we not? I'm going to sound like old man, get off my lawn, but can't we just wear the colors that our team's uniforms are, right?
Well, let's think about this. I think we have a dog whistle going on. Green to purple. Now, if we think of what happened in the news that also went from green to purple, the unidentified, which were very identified, flying objects that hit the floor of the WNBA courts also went from green to purple. So perhaps Bryce Harper is given a little bit of a nod, to
the sex
that,
toys.
or it's white supremacy.
Well, yes, it's
the
always
marital
it's always white supremacy, of course. Yes,
Of course. And that is Kayal and Company News Live for the 6 a.m. hour.
All right, Anna, thank you very much.
Thank
Philly
you so
weather,
much.
63 degrees. We have some spritzing going on. By the way, it's been spritzing, I think, for almost 24 straight hours here. It's like the finest mist possible, and it's going up to 72 today with a chance of showers around 40%. And in sports, the Phillies sweep Seattle as they maul the Mariners 11-2 last night. Bryce Harper with the big game. Kyle Schwarber goes deep again. All brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Transform your home with Bucks County Estate Traders and their Labor Day sale running August 25th through September 1st. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Shop online with code LABOR25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit their Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. All right, we will come back and kick off a Thursday morning with a Thursday big take on back to school, immunization, and indoctrination. The left trying to force your hand yet again. Thursday big take next. Anna and Sean in for Greg and Dawn. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The number one worry of people in retirement is running out of money. How about some ideas on how to protect your money? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
Let's talk about your health. You need to undergo complex dental surgery. I'm talking the whole 9 yards, implants, crowns, etc. Are you really going to trust just any pop-up dental chain, or do you want the best of the best? When it comes to complex dental surgery, for over 12 consecutive years, Dr. Mike Veneria Dental, has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. Dr. Mike treats other doctors. The experts call Dr. Mike the expert. You want a dentist who actually cares about your health, and with Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and that is why Dr. Mike is a dentist the entire Zioli family trusts. When it comes to your health, including your dental health, that's never the time to cut corners. You want the best and only the best. So make your appointment to see him today and get a free dental implant consultation. If you already had an estimate for one, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. 856-786-2020, BenariaDental.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinekanze.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Still asleep?
How cold.
Caitlin! Let's go, honey! It's 11.
I've tried everything. Texted, knocked, even DM'd her. I might be blocked.
Okay, time to break out the Hatfield.
Oh, sweet. Bacon. And it's only 11? What a morning.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And now's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do it today. Shop online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Yo, Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, 6:21. It is a Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day as we inch closer to the weekend. A lot to get to this morning. Anna Hummel is in for Dawn. Sean Farish in for Stalker. The cut sheet coming up 7:45. Jimmy Fallon at 8:30 and Fight Club at 9:10. But right now, let's get to a Thursday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take brought to you by Spring Dance Hot Tubs, Immunization, and Indoctrination. You know, when it comes to vaccines of children and the education of children, I have two pretty strong yet common sense stances. You know, some vaccines, like the obvious ones that are 100% legitimate, have been around for a long time, I'm certainly all for. COVID shots, though, for kids are completely unnecessary. But I believe every parent should choose what's best for their child and their family. And when it comes to indoctrinating kids with left-wing ideologies in school as we approach another school year, I couldn't be more opposed to that. Hence why I'm such a strong and staunch supporter of school choice for parents and vouchers afforded to them. But the far left, they're not willing to bend. Shots. and more shots. Hell, let's have our kids be given 70 plus vaccines by the time they're 6 years old. Because big pharma, pronouns, gender identity, and critical race theory in the classroom. How about you just focus on getting math and reading scores up higher? What a novel concept. But as kids return to school, both immunization and indoctrination is once again in the news. Nicole Safier is a physician, New York Times bestselling author, and seen on Fox News as a medical contributor. She had this to say this week about kids and vaccinations for COVID. Listen and watch.
Okay, I'm at a very crucial point in cooking dinner right now, but I feel like I needed to just comment quickly on the fact that the American Academy of Pediatrics just came out and said, we recommend the COVID shot in all kids, healthy, unhealthy, despite the CDC no longer recommending it. I'm not really surprised. Are you surprised? I'm not surprised. I mean, think back, the AAP throughout COVID, they scrubbed their website of everything that said facial recognition is good for infants and toddlers, just to continue to support their push for masking universally, into perpetuity. No, I'm not surprised. The fact that healthy child, the risk of dying from COVID is like less than 0.002%. That's less than dying in a car accident. So, so maybe kids shouldn't get in cars. I don't know what to say here. It's really upsetting, especially because the data has shown over and over again, kids are the lowest risk population, especially healthy kids, and the fact that risk of side effects is not negligible, especially if we're talking about adolescent boys and young adult boys. I'm a mom of 3 boys. This greatly concerns me. These vaccines cause a lot of inflammation. They certainly don't prevent transmission, and I haven't really seen data that shows me that these shots are beneficial to my healthy 3 boys. So how could I recommend that they get them?
I agree with everything she said. Think about it. It's basic math. If there's a 0.0002% chance of a teen dying from COVID, but a 0.004% chance of a teen having an adverse side effect from the unnecessary shot, well, do the math. The shot is worse for the teen than not getting the shot and getting COVID. Seems pretty simple to me. Elsewhere in the COVID cycle of news, the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, considering revoking the authorization of Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine for healthy children younger than 5 years old. More on the new COVID revelations during the Fauci era of the pandemic. That's coming up after the big take. But now we get to indoctrination. We played you a clip yesterday on the cut sheet of a school teacher no longer employed for using self-identifying pronouns in the classroom, and this sort of progressive, narcissistic, neurotic, left-wing obsession needs to end in all of our classrooms. And red state Oklahoma, well, they're doing their part. I would encourage all red states like Tennessee and Florida, Alabama, Georgia to follow suit. Oklahoma is requiring all teachers who relocate and want to teach in Oklahoma to answer the following questions. This was on CNN. Listen and watch.
But let me read some of the questions we did get. One question deals with gender, asking teachers to select from a series of multiple choice answers which chromosome pairs determine biological sex. Another question asks why freedom of religion is important to America's identity. Other questions include asking for the first 3 words of the Constitution, naming the 2 chambers of the U.S. Congress, and identifying the number of U.S. senators. These are all great questions for a teacher to be able to. Shouldn't a teacher have to be able to answer? It could be that there's how much do you hate Donald Trump is in there?
Shouldn't
Okay,
they
that
also
won't be
be
great,
able
but,
to? Shouldn't they also be able?
No?
Wouldn't it be more important to know whether they know and understand the subjects that they're expected to be teaching? Isn't that more to the point?
That was low energy Abby Phillip at the end. So let me get this straight, Abby. Now you want to focus on school subjects that matter. When I say that about ditching pronouns, it's an issue because pronouns do not matter. Use pronouns in English language arts along with verbs, adjectives, nouns, and all that other nonsense. And yes, you should be able to answer back on American concepts that make this country what it is. Not difficult. Gender, there's 2. Religion, you have the freedom to practice whatever religion you would like. You should be able to figure out basic things in the Constitution as a teacher. See, the left has been up in arms over Donald Trump, slavery, and also the Smithsonian Institute. And as school returns, the left wants to continue to drill home the history of slavery in America in schools. Here was CNN's Scott Jennings taking the late night panel to task, a masterclass performance. Listen and watch this.
My personal view is slavery was a reprehensible institution. I agree with your words that it was our original sin. We also fought a war to eradicate it and to get over it as a country. And that was a necessary thing that happened, and a lot of people died, and we did eradicate it, and that's a good thing. I think what he's asking is, in our museums, what defines us? Are we going to be defined by the worst moment or the worst institution or the worst mistake we ever made? Or are we going to be defined by what we've done moving forward to get over it and to become the greatest nation on the earth? My belief is that he wants to look at these museums, not because he wants to do away with the idea that slavery occurred, but that he wants to ask a very simple question. Are we going to present ourselves as being exceptional or not? And I think he believes there is an effort by some to continue to try to define us from our worst moment instead of to try to focus and define us based on our best moments, which started when we eradicated slavery and began to move forward as the light of the world. And so that's what I...
And the truth is, America has far more many great moments than appalling moments. But Democrats of the far left, they always want to point out the wrongs of society, not the victories and the resounding successes. With racism, for example, does racism still exist? Yes, it always will. But it's minuscule compared to 50 years ago, 75 years ago, a century ago, 300 years ago. And by the way, racism comes in all shapes and sizes, but the left only acknowledges one form, white on black. Not anti-Semitism, not black on white, not Italian on Asian, not black on Hispanic, or vice versa. All they care about is creating a market to court voters. And I always say this, and I believe this. The demand for racism for the left in 2025, it doesn't match the supply. Here's a little bit more, part two of Scott Jennings on Trump and the upcoming 250th anniversary of America. Listen and watch.
I think he's denying it. And Bachi may want to comment on this as well. But I think what he wants to ask is a simple question. As we present our history, are we spending most of our time focused on something terrible? Are we going to spend more time as we enter our 250th anniversary focused on what this country has done to improve the lives of every single person who lives here? We are the light of the world for a reason, because we're an improving commodity.
Improving commodity, a commodity that everybody covets. That's why 10, 12, 15, 20 million people are willing to come here illegally, get arrested, apprehended, or die in the process. You know, it's almost as if the left wants progress. They get it, then they act as if it didn't happen, or they truly don't want it to happen to begin with. Because as it has happened, their grift has become less believable. And when the market dries up, they become closer to political division extinction. Then what would they lean into? Their policies? Nope. Their deep bench of talented candidates in the future? Nope. See, this is what happens when you box yourself into the identity politics corner. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the good folks at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. It's Spring Dance Hot Tub Anniversary Sale time. Save up to $5,000 on hot tubs or endless pools starting at $170 a month. That's right, $170 a month. Get 50% off endless pool accessories and up to $2,000 off of a Cavanic cover. Sale ends on Labor Day. Visit springdancehot.com. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Let it rip on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, fire away in the comment section on YouTube, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. And hit that like and subscribe button while you are there. All right, Sean Farish, I'll start with you. Your thoughts on both the COVID shots for kids, that battle that's going on, and, of course, the school indoctrination nonsense.
Well, COVID shots for kids, that should be a parent's choice. It's not a shot that actually works, doesn't prevent the virus. We know that for a while, so there's no reason to be mandating that at all. That should be up to the parents first and foremost. That's been my stance since they started rolling out, and that's where it will always be. The parent knows best, and that's where the decision should be made at that level. As far as indoctrination goes, look, you've got, this is a crisis in the country nationwide. And it's something that was mapped out and essentially telegraphed by the KGB whistleblower Yuri Bezmenov years ago when he said that, one of the best ways to take down America without firing a single shot is to essentially indoctrinate the kids, right? Brainwash them. He called it pumping the information into the soft heads of the youth, right? Because their minds are malleable. You can teach them, you can give them your idea of right versus wrong. So that's what you saw, right? You saw that with DEI, critical race theory, whatever you want to say. You've got minority children, if you want to call them that, thinking they're oppressed by their white classmates and peers, and then you've got the white kids thinking that the black kids are these violent and vindictive. You've got a lot of division that's being caused here, and that's what they're looking to do, right? So a lot of this is all, I believe, by design. And it's one of the reasons why I say if you have the ability to take your child out of public school and either enroll them in a private school or homeschool, you do it, or else you run the risk of losing your child, right? You run the risk of everything that you're working on at home in terms of instilling good values. You run the risk of undoing that in public school because the teacher, tries to play the role of parent, starts keeping secrets, etc. So it's a complex issue, right? School choice also one of those things where I believe if you're not happy with public school, you should have the choice and at least some sort of flexibility to send your kid to a school that you're more comfortable with. So there's a very complex issue, but it's really simple, okay? And unfortunately, the purpose of school used to be educating. Now it's indoctrinating, and that's again right out of the Marxist playbook, right out of the Soviet playbook. And Yuri Bezmenov, an old KGB whistleblower, mentioned that was their plan from the very beginning.
Yeah. Anna Hummel, your thoughts
Yes.
on both fronts?
I don't know who first said this quote, but I feel like it is it's apropos in this situation and just COVID in general, but never let a good crisis go to waste. And it seems like we're still dealing with the fallout of that. It's horrific how politicized medicine has become. And it's probably best that I'm not a parent because I'm already a pretty paranoid person. But then you have to start making decisions on the health and the future of your own children. And maybe you're just a parent. Remember when we used to be able to trust your own doctor and you didn't have to worry, like, is this person woke? Do they have a nose ring and purple hair? So it's like you can't just be a parent. Now you have to be like a parent, maybe also have your own career. And then on top of that, you need to be like a physician, a research physician, making calls on whether or not these things are good for your children. Is the disease or is the solution worse than the problem? Like Sean was saying, and like the woman was saying, is this going to harm my child? Am I going to give them myocarditis and some sort of vaccine injury that's going to impact them for the rest of their life?
Yep.
Or they just, get COVID, which just kind of looks like the flu these days. And in commenting on the slavery, on the woke ideology there, I don't understand what the end game is for these people. Is it like I want to hear what the logical resolution is for them. Will they be happy after reparations, or will it just never be enough?
No.
Because once it is enough, then all of those people, Al Sharpton, all the people that we see on CNN, MSNBC, they're out of a job. Nobody wants to hear them. So they always have to create a problem because they and only them have the solution. And that solution is a constant, never-ending goalpost that nobody can ever reach.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And they're all caught up in arms here because Trump, I don't know, Sean, did Trump say it on a microphone in a press setting, or was it a Truth Social post where he went off on the Smithsonian Institute about, the slavery and the racism? And, I remember in the 90s and the early 2000s, whether it's junior high school or high school, being taught in history or social studies, they used to call it back in the day, about slavery. I'm not saying you shouldn't bring it up, but they hammer it home to a point and make everything about your identity, whether it's your gender or your race, as opposed to, and I'm not saying you need to bring religion into the classroom and say, we're all God's children or any of that. Why don't we just view it from the standpoint of this is good, this is bad, and we're all humans, right? Like, let's focus on the things that matter in the classroom, like the fact that for 45 years, we've had the Department of Education, and for all the money we pump into it, we keep dropping worldwide with where our kids are from an education standpoint. It's madness. It's a worse investment than the WNBA. If you think the WNBA is losing money, think about the Department of Education and what we're getting in return.
Yeah, well, first off, it was Truth Social where he mentioned about the Smithsonian, where he said that, not that, and I think, of course, the left, they looked at that and said, Donald Trump wants to deny the existence of slavery. And Joy Reid, we put the glasses on. She came out and said, white people don't invent anything as she's on, I put the glasses on because it's over 30 seconds, right? So I put to make sure we don't get the explosive diarrhea. Because, prolonged exposure to Joy Reid can cause a lot of bad side effects. I mean, really bad. But, you look at what she said, white people don't invent anything. Meanwhile, she's saying that on a Substack podcast, which, Substack was founded by a man by the name of Chris Best, who is a white Canadian. But, you look at the Smithsonian and the whole idea of, and this is, again, back to what Anna was saying and what I was saying previous to that was, they have to try and get these people, everybody, races, classes, political factions, to fight with each other, right? Because as people are fighting with each other down on the lower rungs of society, if you want to call it that, the elites, the ruling class, the political class, go ahead and do. They do everything while everybody's so preoccupied with what color you are, or what class you are, or what political party, and all of this. So
you're right.
The problem with what's going on at the Smithsonian is you're dealing with, again, they're harping slavery. Look how much slavery, but they're not talking about all the good things that our country has accomplished. Therefore, you're not getting that sense of pride when you walk through the Smithsonian and check out all the exhibits, right? Instead, you're getting, wow, this place is a really crappy country. We took advantage of people for years, right? And you're no longer, you're no longer learning the good things about the United States of America, leaving the Smithsonian feeling proud to be an American. You're leaving feeling ashamed to be an American, because while you may not have owned slaves, you pledge allegiance to the flag of a country that was built on the backs of slavery, and how dare you? And now we've got to fork over our money to the government to give it to people who also weren't slaves in some sort of crazy, it's Marxism. It's a redistribution of wealth, but they want people to walk into it. Instead of have the money taken, they want you to give it out of some sort of, feeling of, oh, well, I have white guilt. I will turn my money over that nobody is entitled to but me. I'll turn it over to the government to redistribute it to these other people. Again, it's Marxism. It is, that's all it is. It's 100% Marxism. And to conclude, I'll land the plane. Anna said they're always going to move the goalposts. This is what organizations like the SPLC did. They took down the Klan decades ago. Wonderful. But they still go, look, racism, donate. Look at all this racism of this one comment on social media. Look what Mexican Harry Sisson, Nick Fuentes said. Donate to us. We need to raise billions of dollars, right? I mean, this is, again, they have to create the problem and then create the cure to the problem and then sell it to you so that they stay in business.
Yeah. No, you're totally right. And then, you say, while we get caught up in the petty stuff on the lower rungs of society, and it's a playbook. It's distract, it's divide, and then the 1% elites, while we're, caught up in the minutia of things that, certainly matter, but at the grand scheme of it are not the number one issue. They're gobbling up all the resources. Big corporations are coming in and buying entire neighborhoods so home ownership is out of reach. When people talk, you should listen, right? Like the WEF, the World Economic Forum, all those bozos in Davos. You will own nothing and you will be happy and like it, right? All of these things that, were attainable in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s are more difficult to achieve today. And it's not by accident. It's not by negligence. It's by design, right?
Yeah. It is. And white guilt is beta. Get over it. I don't think anyone should feel feel bad about the color of their skin. It wasn't your choice, and even if it was, you shouldn't feel bad for it. But it's fine to it's not fine. It's the duty of America to teach about our history and slavery, and that's fine. But we shouldn't be teaching it as something that was your fault as a white person or something that you can never recover from as a black person. Right. How does that create unity and this focus on the future? It's just you're constantly harping on the past. And again, you should learn about the past in history so that you hopefully never repeat it. But to just harp on it and for kids like, going through the Smithsonian or learning critical race theory to feel bad about the color of their skin or feel like they can never get ahead in life because of the color of their skin is a disservice to everyone.
I agree.
Well, what about the thing with this? Right? So you mentioned your skin color is not a choice, right? Right. And they use the same argument when they used to talk about pride, right? Oh, well, you're gay. You're just born that way. It's not a choice. That's just who you are. Well, why can't we apply that to race then, right? Why can't we apply the left's own theory? Hey, you know what? You should not be shamed for something you didn't make a choice. Their argument is you're not making a choice to be gay. You're not making a choice to be lesbian. You're not making a choice to be trans. Well, I didn't choose when I was coming out, right? When I was being birthed, I didn't check off white, right? I am white. That's just the way it is, right? That wasn't up to me. It's not a conscious decision that I make, right? And it's as a matter of fact, if I try and be black, I'm accused of cultural appropriation.
Yeah.
So it's like, so damned if you do, damned if you don't. But if the argument is you shouldn't be shamed for something you didn't make a conscious choice of doing, then race should apply, but they won't do that. They have to divide. They have to make you feel like it's my fault. It's my fault that Africans sold other Africans into slavery and they were brought into the United States and were forced to work on plantations. It's not my fault. I never owned a slave. I don't want a slave. I have no business. I don't think it's a good thing. But they want all white people in the country to think, oh, wow, I played a role in something that I wasn't even alive for. It's ridiculous.
Yep. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to the final story of the 6 o'clock hour as we had a concealing of classified intel with COVID-19. The latest exclusive next here on Kayal and Company.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about Crimpets, a uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from home, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text SWITCH to 323232. That's SWITCH to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
6:49, it is Kayal and Company live here on this Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel in for Dawn Stensla, and Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker as we head until 10 o'clock this morning, just about an hour away from the cut sheet. Anna will have round number 2 of the news coming up to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. But let's just continue on here for the next 6-7 minutes on the COVID front, because we had a big story come out yesterday, exclusive from the Daily Caller. And the headline is, breaking: senior American intelligence officials broke protocol to conceal classified intelligence that COVID-19 came from a lab, from the president and the public, granting Fauci's inner circle extraordinary influence while silencing their own spy scientists. They go on to write, I'm going to give you these 3 or 4 paragraphs here. Senior American intelligence officials concealed classified intelligence that COVID-19 came from a lab, from the president and the public, granting Anthony Fauci's inner circle extraordinary influence while silencing their own spy scientists. Evidence pointing to a lab leak included signals, intelligence collected from Chinese Communist Party, the CCP leaders, in 2019 between Beijing and Wuhan, revealing a major emergency, one former official told the DCNF. An increasingly political deep state concealed it from President Donald Trump during the first 2 months of the pandemic, deflecting blame from China as political rival Joe Biden sought to lay responsibility for the pandemic squarely at the feet of Donald Trump. Higher-ups continued to dismiss evidence for a lab leak as the fodder for a conspiracy theory in Trump's hardline stance against China, deceiving millions of Americans about a disease that upended the lives of and caused multiple loved ones to die. Spy scientists at 4 intelligence agencies and 4 other government officials spoke to the DCNF on condition of anonymity to reveal previously unreported details about censored intelligence under 2 presidential administrations. Spy scientists also decoded engineering in the COVID-19 genome, clues Chinese authorities were powerless to hide, 2 spy scientists said. But this evidence was conspicuously omitted from public reports released by the intelligence community under then-President Biden, as senior officials instead elevated the analyses of Fauci's inner circle, who argued the virus was assuredly natural. The omission prompted a formal complaint from one agency, according to one spy scientist. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard told DCNF she would hold the intelligence community accountable by working with whistleblowers, reviewing classified material, and investigating where taxpayer funds may have helped in the creation of the COVID-19 virus. Rand Paul says, I've already refiled my criminal referral of Dr. Fauci to President Trump's DOJ for lying to Congress. This is yet another reason he should be behind bars. You know, Farish, there's that song, you can't always get what you want. I want Fauci to be held accountable. I think he perjured himself a half dozen times, but we don't always get what we want. Should he be held liable? Yes. Should these other people be held liable? Yes. Do I expect anything to happen other than depositions, hearings, television drama on C-SPAN? The answer is no, sadly. At least for me.
Yeah, unfortunately, with COVID, I don't think you're going to see really anything come about in terms of accountability there. I think we're going to get, I really do. I'm very confident, and a lot of people are laughing at me when I say it all the time, but we are going to see indictments in the Russia probe. I am about 99.9%, and I have very good reason to believe that. You look at John Solomon, you look at what Paul Sperry has been saying. You don't convene a grand jury for fun. Just say, hey, let's put this, let's impanel a grand jury, so these jurors can go ahead and get a drink afterwards, right? And look at all this evidence. Like, it's not what's going on. I do believe you're going to see, obviously, too, look at what Adam Schiff is doing, accountability in the mortgage fraud thing. Unfortunately, sadly, I don't think we're going to see accountability in the COVID case, even with Fauci and lying to Congress and all of this, and it's valid. And if you or myself or Anna, if we went to Congress and we lied, we'd be held accountable. Mm-hmm. Look what happened with with Roger Stone. Look what not Roger Stone, Papadopoulos. With false statements, etc. Right? I mean, they were held accountable. Fauci, I don't think it's going to happen. Look, you got Pam, you got the desk. Everything gets lost on the desk there. This is probably going to wind up another one of those things getting lost. I don't think we're going to go much further than hearings when it comes to COVID. I want to see it too, because I lived it. I was in New York with all this madness when they shut the whole state down. Yep. And luckily I wasn't impacted, as badly as other people. But I don't think we're going to see the accountability there. I do believe, though, strongly, that we will see it with Russiagate.
Well, let me frame this question for you guys, and then Anna, I want to see what you think on this. Ultimately, what is more important? Liability and accountability for the COVID crimes, or what Sean's talking about here with the Russia hoax? Think about it. You were forced, in many cases, to get an experimental shot. You were told you couldn't go to church. You were told you couldn't say other things about the shot. You were told it was 100% safe and effective. You were told you were going to kill your grandmother. Schools were closed. And I'm not minimizing or mitigating Russia, and Obama and Hillary, but on a what impacted you more personally and your day-to-day civil liberties. Can you make the case that the Fauci COVID creation, lab leak, cover-up, and everything government pushed on you is actually worse on individuals than Russia?
Listen, you couldn't do any of those things you listed, but what you could do is you could protest. And I do credit Anthony Fauci for a core memory for me, the most defining red pill moment of my life. So I am somewhat ashamed to admit that around March 2020, when we didn't know what was going on, I was on the air in Tampa, and I was, calling these spring breakers like grandma killers. I'm like, you need to stay home. You're spreading this virus. It's not good, blah, blah, blah. And then I remember after the refined gentleman George Floyd died, after that incident, yes. I remember Fauci going to Congress, and this is when all the protests were happening of like hundreds of or tens of thousands of people taking to the streets. And I was like, surely he's going to tell these people to stay home. And he didn't. Mm-hmm. He's like, I can't say that. And I remember him in Congress saying this, like, oh, I'm not going to tell people to stay home for, social justice. And I saw that moment and I go, I'm done.
Yep.
This is BS. It's over. I started going out again.
Yep.
I was like, everything is a lie. It was probably the most defining red pill moment of my life.
Mm-hmm.
So thanks, Anthony Fauci, for that one.
Farish, do you think there's an argument to be made for the COVID thing? The likelihood of prosecution and indictments are different than what is more infringing upon the American public. Both wrong. Is there an argument to be made for that, though?
All right. I think there's an argument to be made and a discussion to be had. I think it's a good one because at the end of the day, I think most of those discussions are going to wind up saying both of these things were psyops. Both of these things were bad. Both of these things were driven a lot by the intelligence community, right?
Yeah.
I will say this, and I am biased. And maybe I'm not biased because COVID was a big deal for me too. I lived it in New York. And because of what Anna said, right? How Fauci and a lot of these people said, well, you can go out and protest racism, but you cannot go out and protest to reopen the country.
Yeah.
Right. So the virus knew if your sign said justice for George Floyd to stay away from you, but if your sign said reopen America, it was going out and getting you. This is the smartest virus we've ever seen. I've never, Andrew Cuomo made deals with this virus. The curfew was 11 p.m. Then it was midnight.
Yep.
They made up all these new rules. It was very smart. I got to tell you, it knew exactly who to infect. It knew all that. I maybe I'm not biased, but I would say this: the Russia, as Anna demonstrated, you could sit there and think for yourself, look at the TV, listen to what people are saying, and go, this is all BS. No, I'm not staying home. I'm not doing this whole, I'm not seeing my family. I am going to live my life as normal. I did it as best as I could in New York. I did it.
Yeah.
When I didn't want to wear a mask, I didn't wear one, right? I went out. I traveled to other states. I ran away in the airport from the contact tracing people. The CDC called me. I told them to kick rocks. Like, this was me. There was a guy in the airport. He was like, oh, you have to tell us where you're coming from. I said, you have to chase me. And if you chase me, I guarantee you I'm faster than you. Because look at you and look at me, right? I said, you're gonna run after me in the airport. All the rest of the people who are on the plane that you need to get them to voluntarily, that's the thing, was a choice, give where they're coming from. They're all going to get out while you're chasing me around Auntie Anne's here in JFK Airport. It's not going to work. So I said, it was a conscious choice, but Russia was different. You were in less control of that. That was Intel, that was FBI, CIA, DNI, all of these, and the mainstream media pumping this story that your president was illegitimate, right? That he stole an election. And you could make the conscious decision not to believe it, but you were getting pumped with evidence, fake evidence, that all this happened. Schiff, impeachments, the midterm messaging, all that, and they dragged it out for a decade. They've been doing this since 2015. 2016. So to me, that's worse because they tried to rig an election over it. And they did use COVID to rig an election, 2020. They used it to influence it. So the argument can be made. But in my opinion, I believe Russiagate was worse because of how much longer lasting those implications were. Right? COVID impacted one election, maybe two. Russia is still out there.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. It's just amazing to me, in a world of liability, you could be held liable for defamation, for slander, for libel. You could be held liable as, a professional, a contractor, a roofer, all this liability out there. And here's Fauci. He's not held liable for anything. Big Pharma, not held liable for injuries from their products. And to boot, they can shove their ads down your throat on television, which has always infuriated me. 855-839-1210. Hour 2 is on the way. Anna will have some news to kick off hour number 2. And then some great news for Republicans. The Democratic Party is facing a voter registration crisis. And that's from the New York Times. Back after this.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You're constantly searching for extra energy boost. As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine from Rescue Natural Supplements. Now, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listener offer, you can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing an order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get your second bottle of energy-producing Rescue Orosine totally free.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Summer brings the heat, but will your water heater? Bradford White knows no one wants to be out of hot water, no matter what the temperature is outside. Whether it's a vacation home or your everyday home, you need reliable hot water. You need a Bradford White. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best, with both the efficiency and performance you deserve. Ask your plumbing professional to make it hot with a Bradford White water heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find a pro near you.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
7:05, hour number 2 on a Thursday morning. It is Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel. She's in for Dawn Stensland. Sean Farish in this morning for Greg Stocker. What's on the cut sheet? That's coming up 7:45. Jimmy Fallon from Fox News, Fox Across America, weeknights, 7 o'clock here on 1210 WPHT. He'll join us at 8:30. And then another riveting installment of Fight Club coming up at 9:10 because, as we all know, fights equal ratings. Speaking of that, let's get down to business for hour number 2. Get to the news. Round number 2. 7:06, here's Anna Hummel.
All right, I got some cute news for you today. Tortoise hatchlings born of century-old parents come out of their shells at a Philadelphia zoo. 16 critically endangered western Santa Cruz tortoises born to some very old parents got a slow walk on the red carpet treatment Wednesday at the Philly Zoo event to show off the highly prized hatchlings. Animal care specialists who have watched over the 16 since they were eggs held the animals on a pathway by the zoo's tortoise habitat. The hatchlings are said to be eating well and growing. The pampered turtles were born in a series of hatches this year to Mommy, that's the mom's name, and Abrazo, a couple that is estimated to be about 100 years old. Mommy arrived at the zoo in 1932, but had not produced offspring until Abrazo was brought in nearly 5 years ago from Riverbank Zoo and Garden in Columbia, South Carolina. The 16 are her first progeny.
I got to ask you guys, are you guys pro-zoo or anti-zoo as far as a consumer?
Zoos are bummers.
I want the zoo canceled. You're referring to ABC, right?
Oh,
the
yes,
show?
yes, with the 6 wet hens, yeah.
Joy Behar, the bickering bovine, as I like to call him, right?
Bickering bovine.
Moo, right? Like, moo. Old MacDonald had a farm, and on his farm he had Joy Behar. Now, I don't mind like the Bronx Zoo and all this. But I also do feel for some of these animals, like that's not where they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And then the argument on the other side is, well, they saved them and then they raised them in captivity. If you release them in the wild, they get eaten by something. I don't know.
Right.
I don't have like a huge problem with zoos, but I do know there's a lot of treatment issues, like how the animals are treated, which is wrong too. So
yeah,
I
always feel like it's see one, seen them all. I've been to 3 or 4, and every time I've gone with my wife or with my wife and kids, it's hot as hell. There's no relief from the heat or sun. It smells. Like, yeah, I've seen a monkey pick up his own feces and throw it. It's kind of funny. It's kind of cool, but a gorilla. Like
do you remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Mike Francesa ranted about Harambe.
Harambe.
He was in there with a gorilla.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Harambe died, didn't he?
Yeah. They shot him.
Yeah.
They killed him.
What the kid fell in? Was that what happened, right? Or was it an adult?
The kid fell in.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the kid fell in, and the gorilla was dragging him around the enclosure.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to save the kid's life, they killed Harambe, which is good because a lot of people voted for Harambe for president. And that's why Donald Trump won the 2016 election. It wasn't the Russians. It was Harambe that colluded with Trump. He was, the martyr there. So
Harambe.
Pretty good. Yeah.
New Jersey may have its first locally transmitted malaria case since 1991. New Jersey resident has developed a case of malaria without having traveled internationally, potentially making it the first locally transmitted case in decades. The resident, whose name has not been released, lives in Morris County, officials said. New Jersey's Health and Environment Protection departments are working with the CDC to identify the source of the infection. Officials said it is possible the illness was contracted in New Jersey. Anopheles mosquitoes, the species that spreads malaria, are present in New Jersey, but locally transmitted cases of malaria are extremely rare. The last known case occurred in 1991. However, approximately 100 malaria cases associated with international travel are reported in the state each year.
So we have malaria.
I'd like to point something out.
Go ahead.
I'd like to point something out. Would you like to take one guess what one of the most effective medications is that treats malaria?
Ooh.
Ivermectin.
Yes.
Not ivermectin. No, that's a dewormer. That's horse paste.
Hydroxychloroquine.
Yes, there it is.
That was my second guess.
Good old HCQ. Oh, if only we didn't demonize that drug. Jersey, huh? And by the way, malaria is the least of Jersey's problems. First of all, the Jets play there. But number two, it's the least of Jersey's problems.
Sloppy
I'm surprised it took this long I'm surprised it took this long for malaria to spread in the armpit of America. But that's just beyond the point.
I'm glad you bring up Jersey, though, here in the news.
Okay.
I just saw there's another death in New York for that airborne. It starts with an L. What is that? There's a disease that's running rampant in New York.
Liberals?
Is there? Liberalism? Yeah.
Liberals. No, there's another. I figured, Ferris, you would know this for sure, the name of it, as a New Yorker. I have to look it up. If Phil Omquist, our other resident New York honk, wants to find that would be great. I forget what it's called. But continue. I'll find it, Anna.
Legionnaires.
Legionnaires.
Oh.
Yes.
What is that? It's just a virus, or?
I thought I read that it was like an airborne issue. Legionnaire's disease is a type of pneumonia caused by the Legionella bacteria. It doesn't spread from person to person. Instead, the bacteria spreads through mist, such as from air conditioning units for large buildings.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going around in New York.
The cases are spreading in Harlem right now.
Yeah.
So.
No thanks. Philadelphia man accused of trying to traffic a teenage girl for sex in Pittsburgh. A man from Philly is accused of driving a teenage girl to Pittsburgh to have sex with another man for money. Darnell, I have to spell this name for you.
Okay.
I have to spell this name. Darnail. Darnell.
Like the darnell in the coffin.
Yeah.
Right.
Darnell Foster allegedly drove a 17-year-old girl from Philly to Pittsburgh so she could have sex with another man in exchange for $200. According to court paperwork, I know, that's what I said.
Doesn't go too far these
I hope
days,
I'd be at least worth $1,000. Jeez.
It's like 2 tanks of gas.
I know. According to court paperwork, the Northern Regional Police Department conducted an undercover sting to arrest the man. Authorities said an officer monitoring an escort website replied to an ad he came across on Tuesday night. They allegedly agreed to meet for an hour at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh. Court paperwork said the vehicle pulled into the parking lot to meet, but no one got out. Officials said the driver got suspicious and left, but he was pulled over a short time later. The teen claimed Foster is her best friend's brother, and they drove to Philly to visit his sister and mother. Police said they found marijuana and condoms in the teen's purse. The phone used to communicate about the ad was also found in the car. And that is Kayal and Company News Live for the 7 o'clock hour.
All right, Anna. Just to follow up on that last story, it's pretty rich for those on the left and Democrats that are banging the drum for the Epstein files with sex trafficking, raping minors, the whole awful, pedophilia. Yet these are the same people that are advocating. I just saw another sting, another bust, a handful of illegal aliens that were nailed for raping. I think there was a 13-year-old girl, a 7-year-old girl, and I forget there was a few other women underage as well. Yet they're the ones that are advocating for the illegal rapists and the pedophiles from other countries to stay here in the United States of America, because as we know, nobody is an illegal and hate has no home here. You can't selectively pick and choose a la carte, Sean Farish, when you are against pedophilia and when you are willing to put it to the side for the sake of a political cause.
That's ridiculous is what these people are doing. Look, if there's one thing that, and people have been, I said the Epstein files, this was handled poorly, but, I think there are bigger problems that we could address, like the active people who are going around the country right now. Like you mentioned, these illegals, this awful story. I don't know if they were illegals, but in Alabama, these kids were locked in a storm bunker for months. The parents are selling access to their children. I mean, this is just, it's gross. And it was, those cases I look at and go, I think I'd rather go after them, or at least prioritize them a little higher than the dead guy, right? Epstein. I want to know, I want to see accountability, right? But it's like, you're covering for pedophiles. Like, no, absolutely not. This is why I want to secure the border. It's one of the biggest, sources of human trafficking, child sex trafficking in the world, that southern border, right? Where did those 300,000 kids go? And now you find out about this case in Philly. You've got these cases all across the country. And I don't know what it is and what the infatuation is with illegal aliens and doing things to kids, but it seems to be very rampant among that community. And I don't know, I'm not taking note of a particular culture. I'm just saying we hear a lot about illegals coming across the country, and by the way, they're taking advantage of children in a sexual way. And we're not just talking about 17-year-old, which people can make the argument this, that, and the other. 7, right? 12. 13 years old. These are kids, right? These are children. They're barely out of elementary school.
Yep.
So, the left can't have their cake and eat it too. They want to. They want to say, Donald Trump, the Epstein files, he's implicated. No. Your open border has destroyed the lives of so many kids in this country because of what that has forced them to go through. They're never going to be able to get over that type of stuff. They can't sit there and criticize Epstein, and then cover for the millions of cases that have come across the border like that.
Well, I don't appreciate you guys calling it pedophilia because these are minor attracted persons, okay?
Good point.
Which I do think is the next frontier. So get ready for that, where it's like, hey, this is just another orientation. As long as they don't act on it, or even if they do, I mean, is the child consenting? Because obviously an 8-year-old can consent to becoming a boy when they were born a girl. So obviously they can consent to sex. I do think that that's the next frontier, and I'm not excited about it.
Also, yesterday, speaking of Epstein, two things on the Epstein front. A Clinton-appointed judge denied the release of the transcripts from the grand jury testimony.
Of course.
And tomorrow, according to Pam Bondi, and this is going to be interesting because we know sometimes things get to Pam Bondi's desk and then they just disappear, never to be seen from or heard from again. They are supposed to be releasing some of the, quote, relative and relevant documents. Do we expect, on a scale of 1 to 10 tomorrow, or 0 to 10, I should say, where do you think right now? What is your prediction on important, valid information released? I'm going to say tomorrow, on a scale of 0 to 10, at best, is a 1.
I think we're going to get a little bit of the tumbleweeds coming through, right? A whole lot of nothing. You know why? Because, you know what? Because now they're going to have to prove me wrong, Bondi, with Epstein. The way she's been handling it. Oh, we have all this stuff. We've got all this. I've got it's on my desk. This desk. I need to see this desk, by the way.
Greatest desk of all time, apparently.
This desk, right? Apparently, it's a
trap
just,
house.
This is why I say let's deport the illegals to Pam's desk because then we'll never see them again.
Right.
All of them. Just send them right to Pam's desk. We'll never see them again.
Yeah.
So I want to see. She has to prove me wrong now and has to kind of make up for this. You say you're going to release stuff. You better release stuff. Now I think she's releasing it to Congress.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not coming to us.
Correct.
And Congress is going to go through it. It's going to take its time. And we'll probably get something that's about, 75% redacted at the end of the day. But I'm not expecting anything.
That's right. The Pam Bondi official signature desk available at Staples today. 855-839-1210. Before we get to the voter stuff on the other side, and this is pretty big, great news for the Republicans across the country in 30 states. Let me grab Ray. He wants to jump in on our Fauci conversation. Ray in Warminster, you're on Talk Radio 1210. What's up, Ray?
Can that alien spaceship get here any sooner than November? I mean, come on, man. This is getting ridiculous. Take care of business. But anyway, the Fauci thing. My thought is the reason I'm not going after Fauci or anything like that, or anything's going to happen to him is if Fauci gets implicated, right, would it not implicate the pharmaceutical companies? And if that happens, would that not pierce the veil of their ability to be sued by the consumer for a adverse reaction? So I think there's more to it than just Fauci. Obviously, the pharmaceutical companies play a big role in it. Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, that scumbag is probably not going to have anything happen to him.
No, of course he's not. And Ray, thanks for the call. And what's Fauci now, 84?
Yeah, I was going to say, his move is to die.
Right.
Take all those secrets with him.
Of course. So, yeah, it's not going to happen. But again, 84. What you want versus what you get. I think he's 84.
Not for nothing. He's a pretty young 84.
He is. He's not an old 81 like Joe.
I didn't think he was 84. Joe Biden's 81 and he's, crapping himself and laying around the house, can't move. Fauci at least, seems to be somewhat healthy.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe it's all that adrenochrome.
Let me see here. Yeah, he is. I was right. 84.
84.
He turns 85 on Christmas Eve. I hope he has a blessed and prosperous
We're going to give him coal.
holiday. You're going to give him coal?
Big, he's on the naughty list.
Uh-huh.
We're giving him coal.
Yeah.
He's a terrible guy. We're going to give him big, beautiful, clean coal. We love coal.
Exactly. All right, we'll come back. Why it is legitimately a crisis for the Democrats, but also why Republicans can't let them back in the game. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, a word from our friends at Piazza Nissan, because summer is winding down, and so are the days left to take advantage of 0% financing from Piazza Nissan of Ardmore. Only through September 2nd can you purchase a 2025 Nissan Pathfinder, a Rogue, or the Murano, all of their SUVs, with 0% financing for 60 months. Their most popular SUV models, 0% for 5 years. If you prefer the power of a V6 engine, consider the 2025 Nissan Frontier truck. It's a great truck. I like it a lot. I was looking for that truck 2 years ago. It was down to the Nissan Frontier or the Honda Ridgeline. Can't go wrong with either, but the Frontier comes with 1.9% financing for 60 months. Piazza Nissan of Ardmore, located on Lancaster Pike and online anytime at piazzanissan.com.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino, Street Road in Ben Salem, Thursday, August 21st. Joe welcomes Ian Lara. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hey friends, I'm Sharon McMahon, host of Here's Where It Gets Interesting. Each week I speak with authors, experts, and thought leaders on everything from American history and democracy to how to be a better person on the internet. And don't miss my extremely popular docuseries, which educate you on things you never learned in history class. Follow and listen to Here's Where It Gets Interesting on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
726, Kayal and Company. It is a Thursday morning. It's Nick, Anna, Sean, Phil, and Jimmy. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the cut sheet in less than 20 minutes. Jimmy Fallon, one of the funniest guys in the format, in the medium. He's coming up just over an hour from now. You know, eventually, when you fail to deliver results and you have bad policies, no policies, or on the wrong side of 80-20 issues, eventually you have a mass exodus, right? Of people leaving your state, leaving your jurisdiction, your county, your city, your township, and you have people that leave your political party. This is amazing. This is not hyperbole. This is not rhetoric. This is from the New York Times, of all places. And Phil, if you could, I'm going to go through just maybe 3 or 4 of these paragraphs, and I'm going to give you some of the numbers. Just toggle back and forth if you can between, or if you just have one visual, that's fine with the blue and the red arrows. Leave this up. This is courtesy of the New York Times. And for those unable to watch on YouTube, you have the change in share of registered voters from 2020 through 2024. And you have 2 maps of the United States. And you will see the blue arrow pointing down in the top version of the United States. And it shows you all of the decline for registered Democratic voters in all of the states that correspond with the arrows. And then you have the Republican states at the bottom of the map, the duplicate of the map, with the arrow pointing up in almost every state. And I just want to read you this because Shane Goldmacher is a national political correspondent covering the rebuilding efforts of the Democratic Party. And Jonas Smith is a data journalist focused on voter registration and election turnout data. And they write in the New York Times yesterday that the Democratic Party is hemorrhaging voters long before they even go to the polls. Of the 30 states that track voter registration by political party, Democrats have lost ground to Republicans in every single one between 2024 and the 2024 election, and often by a lot. The 4-year swing toward the Republicans adds up to 4.5 million voters, a deep political hole that could take years for Democrats to climb out of. They also go on to write that the stampede away from the Democratic Party is occurring even in battleground states, the bluest states, and the reddest states too, according to a new analysis of voter registration data by the New York Times. The analysis used voter registration data compiled by L2, which is a nonpartisan data firm. So, I mean, when we talk about these things like open borders, men and women's sports, whether it's the culture wars, the social justice stuff, or the major marquee kitchen table issues, cost of living, crime, law and order, cost of energy, pointless wars, whatever like your top 4 or 5 political issues are. You throw all this into the hopper, you stir it up, you crank up the heat to 4, you put your seasonings in, Sean Farish, and this is why Republicans, if they were a stock, to quote Harry Enton on CNN, up, 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 and away they go, and the Democrats are hitting rock bottom. And I actually think, Sean, they haven't even really hit rock bottom yet because they're pivoting further left to socialism, and I don't think that's going to lead to much next year in the midterms. Mamdani could win New York. In fact, I think he will. But if the progressivism shifts to socialism, I actually think it's an even bigger day for red, and a bigger red wave comes about 14 months from now.
Yeah, well, this is what happens, again, when you are on the 20 side of all the 80-20 issues, like you said, okay? You know, you look at the open border, and it's one thing to say, hey, we want to bring in more immigrants. It's another thing to say, everybody must come in here. We want to, as AOC said, if you just get rid of the border laws, then there would be no, illegal aliens, right? Because then there would be no crime being committed. Stupid. She's just so dumb. But when you're on the 20 side of all these 80-20 issues, whether it's taxes, right? You want to say high taxes. Now you've got people saying they stand with Ukraine who don't want the war to end. I don't know how that works. You've got folks, men and women's sports, another one of those 80-20. People who are against school choice believe that the educators and that bureaucrats know what's better for their children than parents. This is what happens. Waste, fraud, and abuse. Sending taxpayer dollars everywhere but using it in the United States. The left in favor of it. Everybody else, I'm not so sure about that. It's not a good idea. This is what the result is. When you have unpopular policies and your party essentially espouses these policy positions and makes them a part of their platform, you're going to have less people who want to be associated with your party. That's the way politics is. That just makes sense. Also winds up interesting as per Politico, cash on hand as of July 31st, 2025. The RNC's got 84.3 million. The Democrats are at 13.9.
Whoa.
So yes, big problem. And I don't know, is it a coincidence? Is it not a coincidence? USAID got cut, that the NC's out of money. I don't know. I'm just, just floating a theory out there, floating an idea. But the Democrats, one way, however you want to shake it, are in trouble. Now you got Missouri. Missouri's going to redraw their maps. Texas has already redrawn their maps. There's not a lot of redrawing that can go on in these Democrat states, but there's a lot of red states who can gerrymander, play the game just like the Democrats, and the midterms may not go the way they want it to go in terms of the left. So, look, if I wouldn't want to be leadership in the Democrat Party right now. They're in a real bad situation. I agree with you, Nick. I don't think they've hit rock bottom yet. I think they've still got room to fall.
And it's not to say, Anna, that they're not going to have victories. I think Mamdani will win the mayoral race in New York.
I hope he does.
Winsome Sears, the lieutenant governor in Virginia, is a slight underdog to the Democrat to succeed Glenn Youngkin. New Jersey, we'll find out. Mikey Sherrill, Jack Ciattarelli is going to be super, super close. I'd like to think New Jersey goes red. I think it's probably a coin flip, but it's one of those things where the pessimistic side of me comes out and it says, I'll believe it when I see it. But, certainly a very, very distinct possibility that it occurs. But think about this. And I say this, I'm not obviously trying to be a pig here, but looking at men versus women, Democrat versus Republican. Here's the thing. Anna, they don't value the Democrats right now. They don't value somebody like you. You're fit. You're in shape. You're
Jewish, immigrant, atheist,
fit.
all of the thing,
I'm gonna guess that your boyfriend is probably type A and alpha. I don't get the feeling that you would date a beta male. So on all of those fronts, they push away. Like Sean Farish and I, we like to have our Blackstone grill. We like to have a beer. We like to watch football.
They like guns.
They don't do anything to cater to the average Tom, Dick, or Harry.
Right.
No wonder why people are fleeing. No, they are the party of 62-year-old single liberal boomer female that doesn't have to deal with illegals in their gated community.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
wears jade necklaces. Yeah,
I just moved into a beautiful community at Bluebell Country Club. To the right of me, I have a guy who listens to the station. He's a Republican. To the left, I have a 65-year-old lady, very nice. She's offered to play golf with me. She's actually has a better handicap than I do, so she'll take my money as well. But when I was grilling out 2 nights ago, I looked over across and I could see inside of her patio. She had MSNBC on. So I know what she stands for, and that's fine. We'll have a
MS
relationship.
Now.
Right, MS Now, that's correct. But this is the problem the Democrats have. They are catering, Anna, to a very, very small voter pool right now.
Yeah, and I'm old enough to remember, not somewhat recently, but when the Democrats and the liberals were the cool kids. Their branding was on point. I remember when Obama was elected. Those were the cool kids. And guess what? They're not anymore. The fuel for many years of the Democrat Party was to try to make people feel bad, especially white people, feel bad about stuff. And guess what? Everyone got tired of it. And instead of learning from that and going, okay, we got to move this maybe back towards the center, they're doing more of the same. It's like, to me, being involved in health and stuff, it's like having type 2 diabetes, you're insulin resistant. Instead of changing your diet so you become more insulin sensitive, they just start pumping you with more insulin. Take all this glucose cells. It's the same thing. They keep doing more of the same, which is making the problem worse.
Mm-hmm.
So I really want to learn who these masterminds of the Democratic Party are, because they're taking a bad situation and they're making it worse. So they're doing more of the same, which isn't working. So
no.
And
they're getting
it's
what
insanity,
they deserve.
Anna.
Yeah.
It's insanity. They're repeating the same behavior and they're expecting different results. These are people who go out in the rain and they get soaked, and then they're given the option of, hey, take an umbrella and you won't get soaked. And they'll be like, no, I'm going out anyway. And I'm going to be, and then they get mad when they get wet again. Right.
Yeah.
So this is why we say they're insane. They are insane. And this is another point, like these blue cities that are infested with crime, whether they're minority communities, white liberals, elites, wherever you want to say it, in these blue cities, you talk about social justice, you talk about systemic racism, and then you vote for the party that has been in power for the last 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 plus years. Look at Nashville, Tennessee. It's had a Democrat mayor since the end of the Civil War. Okay. New York City has had more Republican mayors than Nashville, Tennessee.
Wow.
Okay.
It's
unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. Right. So that stat always blows people's minds. It's crazy. But people talk about systemic racism in all these, Seattle, Portland, Los Angeles, New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, Atlanta. And you talk about all these examples, and then you say, okay, well, what's the party that's been running the system? Democrats. Well, wouldn't you, if you want to root out, quote unquote, systemic racism, why do you keep voting for the party that's overseen it for years and years and years and years and years, right?
Yep.
It's repeating the same behavior and expecting different results. By the way, I don't think there's systemic racism going on anyway, but the point of the matter is they're saying one thing and then their actions dictate that they don't actually believe it. So it is yeah, I mean, like you said, I would love to know who these people are, right?
Yeah.
I want to see who they are, and I want them to get a raise because they're doing such damage. They're doing more damage to their brand than Cracker Barrel did to theirs yesterday.
Which we'll
And
get
it
to in the
reminds
cut
me-
sheet. Yep.
It reminds me of what Trump said. I remember one time at a rally, he goes like, what have you got to lose? This city has
Exactly.
been, whatever city it was, he was like, this city's been a mess for decades. What have you got to lose for voting for me, for voting for the other side?
Yep. Think about it, too. When you try to raise the amount of registered voters for your party, if you're a Democrat, on the female side, you're trotting out AOC, miserable, Kathy Hochul, Ilhan Omar, Katie Hobbs, either angry or low energy liberal women.
Jasmine Crockett.
Or terrorists, Ilhan Omar. Oh, my God.
Right, Minneapolis.
And some people
Thoughts and
did something.
prayers. Oh, my God. Can you imagine living in Minneapolis, Minnesota right now?
You mean Somalia?
Somalia. What that must feel like. And then on the male side, I mean, think about this. Go through the names. Ask yourself this question. As a dude, would you forget the fact that you're a Republican listening to this show. Would you sit down and have a beer and watch the Red Zone channel this fall with Gavin Newsom? No. JB.
Actually, yes, because I would throw the bottle at him, but that's the only reason why.
Super villain.
JB Pritzker.
No, because once you sit next to JB Pritzker, you can't get out of that gravitational pull. That's jiggly belly. It's
That's
a problem.
right. How about
Mayor Pete, who that Jets?
No. Packer Pete. No,
Packer
you
Pete.
can't be with Packer Pete. You don't want to be. You know why? Because he packs.
Right. I mean, Pete could grow a beard. You're not watching a ball game with him. Josh
Certainly
Shapiro.
don't drop anything around them.
Yeah. Josh Shapiro, probably not. Westmore, probably not. Andy Bashir, maybe. And my point of the little exercise here is, do the Democrats right now have a nationally recognized face or voice in the Democrat Party politically that can resonate with the average dude? I don't see one.
Wait, you mean Olivia Giuliana didn't work? The job of the whatever you want to call her, right? It's Jabba. We'll just call her Jabba, right? Because every other name that I have for her is not nice. But
What about the white guys for Kamala?
No, yeah,
And that
white
didn't
guys
take
for
off?
Kamala. And then
Mike Nellis.
Then you think you're going to win Gen Z men 18 to 29 with Harry Sisson? Guy hasn't hit puberty. Who are the twins that you always fight with on X, Sean?
Oh, the Krasensteins.
The Krasensteins.
Oh, my goodness. Those two are the biggest soy boys
yeah.
I've ever seen.
I mean, all they do is bake cookies around the holidays. I'm trying to go through the list. Who's the other young influencer? Oh, no, she's not young, but she's enough. She'll probably be a future host on The View. JoJo from Jersey. That raging nut job, right?
Maniac.
They have nothing.
They don't appeal to men.
No.
They don't appeal to men.
No,
they
do
don't.
not.
I mean, they appeal to. Well, there's a section. There's a type of male they appeal to, but that does not make up the majority of men in the country. And by the way, it's not just white men now, right? So black men came through big for Donald Trump, especially after the government went after him, right after the system went after him, especially after he got shot. But males as a demographic, right, are heavy for the Republicans. And again, it's not even like this whole, toxic men. Well, first of all, men who grill and watch football and drink beer don't want to be called toxic because we're doing things that are fun.
Now, the alcohol might be toxic for my liver, but that's where the toxicity ends.
Sure. But it stops with me, right? Don't you shame me.
Right.
Don't you shame Nick Kayal.
Right.
For cooking on his Blackstone.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I will shame Nick Kayal if he didn't season his Blackstone properly. But if he did, we're good.
So I did burgers on the Blackstone Monday night, first time using it.
Did you season it first? Did you oil it first?
I oiled it, and then I used, tell me if you're on board with this, the McCormick Dry Rub, the Montreal steak seasoning. I seasoned the burgers with that on both sides.
Well, you season the burgers is great, but you got to make sure that you get that nice, beautiful cooking surface where it's all black. The oil burns on it. It's black. You're walking around like a hibachi chef. Oh, yes. You want fried rice. Boom. Gone. It's perfect. This is what I'm saying. I had my Blackstone seasoned wrong my entire life.
Really?
And then I did a deep clean. Me and my wife, we did a deep clean. We got this whole thing. We got all of it down. And then I seasoned it with the oil. And it's a beautiful black cooking surface, non-stick. It's so nice because the oil burns on there. It turns the whole thing black. And it's the best. Yeah. There's nothing better than this Blackstone in my backyard. It's the best Blackstone the world's ever seen.
I got to tell you.
Can you do some veggies on that? Or?
Oh, yeah.
You can make anything you want.
You do eggs.
Right, anything.
You can do breakfast,
eggs,
shrimp.
Bacon. I make the best sausage and peppers. Are you kidding me?
You sent me the picture of it. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, it's a nice medley of chopped up stuff on there. It's good work out of you.
Beautiful medley.
Exactly. All right, we're going to come back, get to a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. By my math here, let me just look at this because this could actually be the equivalent of like a phone book. We've got 42 cuts. 42. And we've got Jimmy Fallon coming up in 45 minutes. Kayal and Company. We're back after this.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CARGO25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CARGO25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about an exterior home remodeling project, right now is the perfect time. For the month of August, take advantage of 24-month interest-free financing. On top of that, August is the final month to take advantage of 20% off all siding. So whether you want that fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman completes every project with such care and precision. And they always go that extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, options that are best going to fit your home and your budget. Don't put it off. Take advantage. 24 months interest-free financing and 20% off today. Call them, 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah, 748, Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel, Sean Farish, Jimmy Kelly, Phil Omquist, Dan Borowski. I've got a staff today like Sean Hannity. It's unbelievable. This is like Colbert, except we're not losing the company $40 million a year.
And just remember, 3 hours a day, that's all we ask. And we got a great show for you. Newt Gingrich is going to be with us. Greg Jarrett's going to join us. And you know what the problem is? Our computers are not working because Hillary Clinton used BleachBit and all that other stuff. And if you did this, you'd be in jail. Newt Gingrich coming up right now. Hannity, Fox News Channel. Don't forget to set your DVR.
Sean, quick question for you.
So good.
I'm just curious as to how you were able to land and secure the companionship of Fox and Friends lead host in the morning, Ainsley Earhart. How did you pull that off, sir?
Well, I just said, listen, I am the king of Fox News here. I'm the only one who survived. O'Reilly's gone. This one's gone. And I was just wondering if you wanted to go to In-N-Out Burger and grab something. It will be great, and you can join us. And I've been invited to Mar-a-Lago. Why don't you come with us? And it's going to be great. We're going to interview Donald Trump. And
speaking of Donald Trump, Mr. Trump is with us this morning. Mr. Trump, what is your affinity with Sean Hannity? Why are you guys so tight?
Well, he's also from New York. He left New York. He went to Florida. When I left, the state went to hell. And, he decided to leave too. And I really do love it when people interrupt me in interviews. I love that. It's my favorite thing.
You mean like this? When I just say, look, what the problem is? Now look, here's the
He
thing.
talks over me all the time. You know what I'm going to do? You know what Putin said to me? You know what Putin said? He said if he does it again, we're going to take him out, right? We're going to take him out.
Well, you know what it is?
This is why they don't do that to him in Russia.
Now, let me just ask you this, and we're just going to make it harder for everybody to edit, because it's on the radio. And, I'm pre-taped every day, you know what I mean? We're not live for 3 hours a day. Now, could somebody with good editing skills try to see that I don't interrupt Donald Trump? It's going to be great.
Well, actually, now Bobby Kennedy has joined the conversation.
Hi, everybody.
Bobby, what's it like being a part of MAGA these last 7 months, Bobby?
Oh, I love it. I know the Canadians used to be historically Democrat, but things have changed, and I like to work out in jeans.
And that's great. Hey, by the way, did you hear, speaking of people who are not around anymore and on vacation, hear Howard Stern, he's not canceled. He's signed even more. He's like Imus. He's failed up.
I am woke, mother, and I love it.
That's right. By the way, you guys stole that push-up idea from me yesterday. I did that years ago, Robin. I did that years ago. I'm the originator of it.
Go home to your mom.
What the hell is going on now? This is quite an experience, right?
It is.
Well, you know what it is.
I did not expect RFK to come from Anna, I got to tell you.
She does it, Bobby. But we got to do it in very small sample sizes because we don't want to have to send her to an otolaryngologist and have her vocal cords removed,
Yeah, it's tough on the voice.
No, we don't want that.
It is.
It is tough on the voice.
Exactly. All right, let's get to things that are tough on the ears because usually we hear from insane Democrats. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
Oh, yes. As Greg Stocker would say, what's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Brought to you by absolutely nobody. So let's get right to it. Speaking of, and by the way, that entire bit was totally unscripted. Nobody knew we were
that came out of nowhere.
I know. That's the ability that we have on this show. Everybody can imitate
talent.
Impersonations, voices. I don't do a single voice, by the way. I might have to work on that. I might be the weak link here. I could do a
you
little.
You got to figure something.
I could do a little Mike Francesa, but unless you're a New York sports fan, that's not going to fly here. So,
right.
I'm going to clear my throat there. All right, let's get down to it. Let's start in California because there's been a lot of noise lately from Gavin Newsom. He's everywhere, right? Podcasts, his social media feed never stops. He's clearly making a run for 2028. And he, according to a lot of people, he could end up being the candidate. I'm not sure that I buy that just yet. They might go down the socialist route. But let's start with some of his failures. This is a great montage here from our friends at Grabian, where Gavin Newsom, for literally close to 20 years, has been saying he was going to end the homelessness crisis in California. But this montage begins in 2008, and this was his announcement on his 10-year plan to end homelessness. Phil, this is clip 1A. Let's roll.
And that's why we established this framework, what we call a 10-year plan to end chronic homelessness in San Francisco. Now, a lot of people across this country have adopted similar plans, but we're very proud of our plan, the robust nature of the plan, and the leadership of Angela Alioto and others on our plan that we think have done an outstanding job in a very short period of time.
Now we can reflect on the fact that Project Homeless Connect is availed itself in 221 cities. This has truly become a national model. The issue of poverty in all of its forms and manifestations, but particularly homeless. 12,029 human beings since January 2004 we've assisted off the streets and out of our shelter system. Thousands into permanent supportive housing, the biggest housing expansion in our city's history of supportive housing. This is just another in the long list of examples. Hats off to the 10-year council to end chronic homelessness. The state of California
2016.
has been nowhere be found on the issue of homelessness. And it is not surprising the state has more people living on the streets and sidewalks, chronically single adults, than any other state in the nation. And not just, again, by scope and scale, the size of our state, disproportionate number of people, because we haven't done enough. Camouflage the most pernicious crisis, though, in our midst. And that's the ultimate manifestation of poverty, homelessness. And that's why I'm devoting today's remark to this crisis. Let's call it what it is. It's a disgrace that the richest state in the richest nation, succeeding across so many sectors, is falling so far behind to properly house, heal, and humanely treat so many of its own people. Every day, the California dream is dimmed by the wrenching reality of families, children, and seniors living unfed on a concrete bed. There's no greater manifestation of our failure as a society broadly, or as a state more specifically, than the issue of homelessness. And that's what brought to bear a strategy to do something radically different. There's an old saying, continue to do what you've done, you'll get what you've got. We recognized a year plus ago that we needed to do things radically differently. And that's when we birthed an idea, Project Room Key and Home Key. And the two elected officials you just heard from used a similar phrase.
All right, let's stop it
Game
right there.
changer.
That'll do it. We have 2022 and 2023, but I can't take 4.5 minutes uninterrupted of Gavin Newsom. Sean Farish, we'll start with you. Your thoughts.
Yeah, I think Gavin Newsom, first of all, this guy thinks he's running for president. I don't understand what he's going for and what his people are going for with this whole governor's press office Twitter account where they're tweeting like Donald Trump. But even Joe Scarborough came out recently and was like, you guys should stop. Like, you just shouldn't keep doing that. You look at redistricting, they're lying about that. I don't know if you saw that California official, they were asking, who drew the maps? And she was like, bingo was his name-o, right? I mean, they should beat around the bush on the question there. Newsom, 26% approval rating in California, maybe a little higher in Cali, but 26% nationwide. He's got a long way to go. I'm excited, though, because I think he is the most viable candidate on the Democrat side right now, like in terms of name recognition. He's polished. He could do a quick PR makeover. So I think he's the most viable right now. I mean, a lot can change in 3 years, but if it's Newsom versus Vance, my goodness, I think it's going to be can I say it? Bloodbath, I think, is going to be what we're looking at.
Yeah, and I always associate him with the French Laundry incident. I believe this is when in 2020, maybe 2021, when he shut down his whole state. Nobody could go out to eat. Restaurants were closing down. Everybody had to mask up and be indoor or outside. Meanwhile, Gavin Newsom and his cronies, like there were 11 people sitting shoulder to shoulder, no mask, inside. So it's just, rules for thee and not for me. He really is just like the embodiment of a supervillain. He really reminds me of Christian Bale in American Psycho.
Yes, that's who he is.
And I agree with Sean. I think he's the most viable. He looks the part. He certainly acts the part. So I think that's who's going to be the candidate for 2028.
I actually think he's the most defeatable as well. He might be, quote, their best option, their most visible and vocal. But think about it. We just played the homelessness crisis. He hasn't been able to fix that in 20 years. Anna, you brought up COVID, rules for thee, not for me. He was seen at that ritzy restaurant, no mask on, no social distancing, which, by the way, completely made up by the so-called experts. He's sitting next to Magic Johnson, of all people, right? The guy had HIV. You would think, if a mask is going to work and you're going to socially distance, I don't know, if you have HIV or if you did have HIV, you might want to stay inside. Of course, that goes on. Cost of living is outrageous. Wildfires not controlled. Riots in the streets. And also think about this, too. And Sean, you know this. I know this. In fact, Anna, you know this. We've all lived at some point in our lives in red states, and the mass exodus of people leaving California for red states is alarming. In fact, remember 3 falls ago, I believe it was the fall of 22. It might have been the fall of 23, but I think it was the 22 year when Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis had that debate on Sean Hannity's show, and DeSantis dropped the mic by saying Gavin Newsom's in-laws left California for the state of Florida.
Yep.
That's a total own right there.
Yeah, that was in 23. That was the JV Bowl, right? It was both men who thought they were running for president but weren't actually running for president, right? They were kind of running shadow campaigns and all that. And DeSantis was like, I was speaking to residents from California who have now moved to Florida, and they're much happier here, and this was a great move for them. And by the way, they were Newsom's in-laws, and that was it. I mean, it was that, and he pulled out of his suit the poop map, right? And he was like, Gavin, there's an app in your state that alerts everybody where the sugar honey iced tea is on the sidewalk so they don't step in it. right? I mean, this is right. I mean, come on. How this is a guy whose state is on fire every 6 months.
Yep.
Okay, and you tell me you don't have water. Your state borders the largest ocean in the world. How do you not have water? Okay, but that's salt water. So then desalinate it. Well, it takes a long time. Well, you're next to the water all day. Just have someone reserve. I don't get it. It's just then you got the fish, the Delta smelt, and climate change, and it's just like this guy's okay. You know what? I hope he's the candidate for the Democrats. He is, because as polished as he is, right? And you can make him look nice, and it is literally you're polishing a turd, okay? And he's not likable.
No,
and it's not me just saying. 26% nationwide. He's not actually a likable person. Like, you can see through that act. He's smarmy. I'll say this about Biden. Back in his heyday, he was a likable dude. Like, he had the reputation of lunch bucket Joe, right? They did a good job, like branding him to be this like normal guy, even though he's a scumbag. Newsom, like, you can't do that with him. People see right through it. They see that it's an act. And, I just, okay, run for president then. I hope he's the guy, right? The last one who ran from California didn't do too well, so let's try it again.
Yeah.
I want to change my phrase from before. Rules for Xi and not for me, because when Xi Jinping came from China, somehow San Francisco was all cleaned up. So it is possible.
They did the same thing.
Got
in
a nice
Los
and clean
Angeles
for Winnie the Pooh, and they gave him a nice little jar of honey.
Yep.
Right? They gave him a jar.
Remember
Christopher Robin got along well.
3 or 4 years ago, the Los Angeles Rams, SoFi Stadium in LA, brand new facility. They cleared out all the homeless for the Super Bowl. What happened after the Super Bowl? Came right back. You can fix it if you want to.
You just got to mow them down like Caitlyn Jenner, and they move out of the way.
Wow.
Sorry.
Bruce, put it on the board for Hummel. Speaking of going back to California, one business that will not, Phil, this is clip 7, Bed Bath & Beyond. I was actually looking for a Bed Bath & Beyond just a few weeks ago for the new house. Couldn't find one, so we went elsewhere. Maybe they left Pennsylvania as well. But Bed Bath & Beyond Executive Chairman Marcus Lemonis says, we're opening up again. But you know what? It ain't going to be in the golden state of California. Clip 7, roll this.
You got a huge announcement. Okay.
Whoa.
You're not going to open stores in a certain locale, Marcus, and I want to know why.
We've made the decision to, as we start to open up stores again, we're planning on opening 300 over the next 24 months. We've made the decision to not open in the state of California. And while it was a big place for business in the past for Bed Bath & Beyond, when you look at the complexity, both on the real estate side, on the regulatory side, both on the product and the employee side, it's just too cost prohibitive to do it. And at some point, some business needs to take a stand and remind the state of California that while they keep reminding us that they're the 4th largest economy in the world, that's going to dissipate over time. So we are just going to serve those customers with our online business.
Okay, so just to be clear, Bed Bath Beyond had a big presence in California, and it sounds like in an ideal world, you'd love to have a big presence in California. What has to change, Marcus, for you to change this big decision you've made?
Well, I think the big question is, what does it cost to actually do business in California? And in other businesses that I'm involved in, the process to actually operate the business is so cost prohibitive, from insurance to disclosures on packaging to the way we have to handle all the employee issues. And a lot of people have said to me, oh, you don't want to pay employees. We pay employees plenty, and we want to pay them more, but we don't want the government telling us how to run our business. And to do business in California, quite frankly, for my shareholders and my customers, I don't think we can deliver a good product and make a profit, which is the idea behind business.
You know, Sean Ferris, there's a reason why businesses incorporate in Delaware. There's a reason why businesses are going to Austin, Texas, Nashville, Tennessee, or Florida. I don't know many businesses opening up shop and headquartering in California these days.
No, it's not a business-friendly environment. And this is the biggest problem. And this is going to it's going to take a while to get here. but it's going to have devastating downstream effects to states like California, states like New York that are not friendly to businesses. Why do people always go, well, I don't understand why so many people live in these cities if it's crime infested, if it, the cost of living is so high, because there's jobs, right? A lot of people would move into New York City, Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, because they can get to work. It's closer, right? There's a lot of jobs in the city. But if these businesses who are getting taxed to death and it's eating into their profits, right? All we hear about from the left on tariffs is, oh, you're making the cost of business go up. It's going to get passed on to the consumer. Well, that's going to happen with businesses that are headquartered in these major metropolitan areas, these blue cities, these blue states, where it's an unfriendly environment for businesses. So, what you're going to see is these businesses pack up and they're going to leave. And those jobs that people move to those cities to obtain and to fill, well, those jobs are going to leave. Once the jobs go, there's no reason for people to live there anymore. So the people are going to leave too. Look at what happened to places like a place like Buffalo. Look at what happened to a place like Detroit once the jobs left. The city is a shell of its former self. Buffalo is a great example, right? I mean, this was a major manufacturing city not too long ago, and there's not even a supermarket in that city anymore. That's not a joke. In the city of Buffalo, there is no supermarket. My parents were there a couple of years ago. They were like, this is a food desert. You have to go shopping in Walgreens. Like you have to go to one of the suburbs to find a supermarket. This is a problem. And what happened in places like Detroit, what happened in places like Buffalo, are going to wind up happening in these blue states as well, because if the businesses pack up and leave and the jobs leave, well, wherever the jobs go, that's where the people are going to go, right? And it's going to destroy those states. And by the way, I'm here for that because they're bringing it upon themselves.
Anna, you're a world traveler, and you lived in California, and you went to school
from California,
San Diego, right? Or UC Santa Barbara?
I went to UC Santa. Excuse me, I went to UC Santa Barbara, but I'm from San Diego. Excuse me.
See that this is why we can't have her do Bobby too much.
It happens, and it is funny because, like, I rail on California all the time and how just they don't prosecute crimes and it's just a mess and homeless problem and all that sort of stuff. I went there last August, about a year ago, and I get off the plane. It's just like a crispy 75, no humidity. I'm like, I get it. This place is awesome.
Yeah.
Like, it's so nice. I get why people ruin their lives to live here because it's just so nice. That guy looks like he fell on your grill, by the way. Were you blown away by how red that man was by any chance?
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know. Is that the?
He looked a little red and crispy, but
is he using the Trump tanning booth or tan spray?
I don't know, but I was just like, whoa, that guy is red. But on top of the whole taxes thing, I mean, you also have places like Walgreens and CVS in San Francisco where you have to get an attendant if you want some deodorant because they have to unlock it from the box. Mm-hmm. I go to CVS and Walgreens here all the time. I don't need an attendant to get me anything because people here mostly are law-abiding citizens. So on top of the taxes, then you also have businesses. I don't know how any business is open in places like San Francisco and LA where they don't prosecute for crimes under like $2,000.
Yeah.
Because not only do you have the taxes, but then you also have people just openly and blatantly stealing and no one does anything about it. Mm-hmm. So California is a mess. It is worth saving, though. It's a beautiful place, and I wish it well.
I saw this speaking, and we're going to round back to bathrooms in a moment with the whole concept of Bed Bath & Beyond. Wait till you see this clip coming up. But I just want, while we're on the, which states are great to live in and which ones are not to do business in, Wallet Hub just put out a top 50 best states to live in the United States of America. And I thought this was kind of ridiculous because in the top 10, they had Massachusetts at 1, New Jersey at 3, New York at 9, Pennsylvania at 10, and I'm going to give you some other blue states first. California was way down at 32, so I totally get that. Mm-hmm. But the red state disrespect is unbelievable. Florida is only number 6, Georgia 27, Texas 38, Tennessee comes in at 40, and South Carolina comes in at 44. And I mention those because I've lived in Tennessee, I've vacationed in Florida and South Carolina. I've never been to Texas, but I would love to go and take a vacation there. And then I sit here and I look at the disaster that is New York. I look at the disaster that is New Jersey. I have no interest in the Pacific Northwest or New England. And how Massachusetts can be number 1 to me is astounding. But we've all lived in or worked in red states. I can't believe. I mean, Tennessee and Sean, you know this. I mean, I was down there for 4.5 years. You've been down there for a handful of years. Tennessee is one of the hottest relocation states in the country right now.
It is. And that's because of, again, for two major reasons. Right now, the cost of living is still low. Now, the cost of living used to be low in Florida for a while, too, before the mass exodus, right? It used to be, but it's not anymore, right? And so, and that's not anybody's fault other than it's a popular, no longer just a retirement place, but like a place where people actually want to live, which I don't blame anyone except for the heat. I can't deal with all that heat, but that's just me. I'm not built for that. Tennessee, business friendly state, cost of living is still very low compared to, where I came from. When we moved from New York, my auto insurance went from the amount that it cost me for one car for 6 months is now what it costs me for two vehicles for the entire year in Tennessee. Wow. Mm-hmm. I mean, the rent that we paid for our 2-bedroom apartment was markedly less, right? About, I would say 40% lower than what we paid for a studio apartment on Long Island. Okay. Your income tax. The only thing that's higher in Tennessee is the sales tax, but you more than make up for that in all the other cost of living upgrades, right? In terms of prices, like we get better price on everything else. It is a no brainer. And then you look at how business friendly this state is. Right? For if you wanna run a small business, right? An LLC, an S corporation, whatever, you can do that in Tennessee and not like die. You know what I'm saying? So, and not have to give up everything to the state. So, it's no shock that places like Tennessee, Texas, Florida, these states that are, spending taxpayer money responsibly, et cetera, war on property taxes, war on income tax, right? All that. It's no shock that these places are some of the top destinations and relocation destinations in the country because they're appealing to people who are leaving those blue states, right? It's like you find money in your pocket when you go and stick them in the wash when you move to a state like Tennessee. You just don't realize how much you're giving away in these blue states.
Yeah. Although I do have a request. If you do move to these states and you're driving up the cost of living and you're driving up property prices around town, please don't bring your bad politics with you.
Yes, thank you.
That is horrific. The fact that this is, St. Pete, which is adjacent to Tampa, close to where I live, is, probably one of the bluest places in the country. Thankfully, not blue enough to, ruin the demographics of the surrounding areas. Mm-hmm. But please do not bring your bad politics with you. It didn't work where you left from for a reason, and there's no reason why. We don't want Florida to become California. We don't want Tennessee to become California. So please be mindful of that.
Yeah, no, you are exactly right. And that was the thing I noticed most. I was in Nashville from 2018. I got down there 3 days before the first Eagles Super Bowl with Nick Foles. And I left in August of 2022 to come back to do this show starting in October. And in those 4.5 years, and I was already a Republican at that point, starting in 2016 with Trump the first time around. But I couldn't believe the amount of, and Sean, you said this, New York's had a Republican mayor more recently than Nashville has. And I had to live through the John Cooper experiment in Nashville. And, you think about this, it's a super red state, and yet you have Nashville, and you have a combination of born and raised Nashvillians that are liberal to progressive, and then you have the influx of people from New York, Pennsylvania, California, wherever, and they come in, and it's really, to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nashville, Memphis, is Chattanooga a Republican city, the mayor-wise? Other than that, the whole state's
not
red.
Really.
Okay. So it's two cities.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, if you were to eliminate the 15 biggest cities in this country, those cities are the only reason those states vote blue because of the population in that city.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's one of those, again, it's one of those situations in Tennessee. And this is why what Anna said, don't bring your bad policies with you. Okay, I am going to form in the state of Tennessee the immigration or the out of state migration vetting committee. Okay, where if you are coming in, we're stopping you on the border of Tennessee. Okay, and we're going to say, where'd you come from? If you came from a blue state, you have to be sequestered for 30 days. At the end of the 30 days, you have to answer why you came to Tennessee, how you voted in the past, and you can't lie. You're going to be strapped to a lie detector test. If it sounds cool, it's not. I didn't move here so it could turn into a purple mess, or like what happened in Colorado.
Yep.
That's not it. Okay? If you're coming from California, you're coming from New York, the out-of-state migration vetting committee will have a word with you.
Exactly right.
I like that.
Speaking of red states, let's go down to South Carolina. Our buddy David in Lexington, South Carolina. What's up, David?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
We're good.
Hey, I'll tell you one thing. I've noticed a lot of people coming from up north, of course, down here. Why else would they come down here? One thing I told a buddy of mine, we need to make a rule that says when you move here, if you move from the north, you got to have a 5-year waiting period before you vote. I'm going to put up a billboard that says, make South Carolina again. Because we see all these people coming down here, and my fear is they're bringing blue politics with them. Like you said, it didn't work where you were at. Don't bring it here.
Right.
Hate us. We want to keep this state the way it always has been. Before you got here, we're a red state. Don't come down here and be shocked. Oh, my gosh, they vote Republican in South Carolina. Imagine that, Strom Thurmond.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm just hoping we don't become purple. I'm just praying and hoping we don't become that way.
You know what's a big driving force with this is a lot of kids these days are going down to colleges in the Southeastern Conference. You're seeing kids enrolling at Tennessee, Florida, South Carolina, Kentucky, Alabama, Georgia. A lot of these kids want to be down at one of those 14 to 16 SEC schools. And look, they're 18 to 22, so they can vote. A lot of them will probably stay there and live there for the rest of their life if they like it. So that's one of those things where hopefully those Utes end up voting Republican the first time they're eligible to vote, and maybe they don't bring their parents' blue politics down there as well. So we'll see.
Yeah.
All right, I mentioned the bathroom, right? We got to round back to this. Bed, Bath & Beyond, but we're going to go to Japan, which, by the way, my girls are going into 6th grade. Wissahickon School District, Wissahickon Middle School, they teach 4 different languages. So beyond English language arts, they have 1 marking period of Spanish, 1 of German, 1 of French, which is a total violation. The French are cowards, and Japanese. In the 6th grade. I don't know how I feel about that. My girls can't even figure. I still butcher the English language at 41.
I know how I feel about it.
You against all of that?
I know how I feel about it.
We didn't start it, Sean, and I think 8th grade was when you had your chance to pick one, and you could do it all the way through 12th grade if you wanted.
Right.
Yeah. I went off on this yesterday, Nick, because of this driver in Florida who killed 3 people on the highway, right?
Oh,
Who didn't know English.
Yeah.
Okay. I went off on this. I went nuts. Okay. Because I'll tell you what, why is it a mandate? Why is it a mandate for high school? Why now middle school? Why is it a mandate for a lot of these college programs that I, an American, have to learn somebody else's language? No. How about every person who comes into my country has to speak my language? How about in these public schools, instead of teaching kids konnichiwa, right, and all this with Japanese and how to speak Spanish so that I can read every page of the instruction manual on my Blackstone grill because they got to print it in 47 different languages. I don't even know which way is up
it's so
anymore
hard to
when I go in there.
It's so
and
hard
by the way,
to
in
find
the English part
directions.
of the English part in it is written by some Chinese guy that they translated with ChatGPT.
Just
right. So
buried
wait.
on page 8.
So how about this? How about, okay, instead of forcing American students to learn some other country's language, how about we teach them also how to speak English, and then anybody who comes into my country speaks my language too? Because I think it is ridiculous that we are forcing our students in middle school, high school, college to bend over backwards, to acquiesce to people who are coming into our country and don't speak our language, okay? When I worked in a paint store, I dealt with a lot of people who didn't speak the language, and I got some people who, when I spoke English to them, they got frustrated that I didn't speak Spanish. Dude, you're in my country. We're not in Mexico. You can't expect me to speak your language. You speak my language. You want to come into the United States of America? You want to drive a car? You want to work here? You got to communicate with us. We don't have to bend over backwards to communicate with you. I have no problem, none whatsoever. You want to come here, you want to practice your customs, your cultures from whatever country you came from. But if you dig in your heels and you think you're going to get by without speaking English, you should just stay over there. Go, and that goes for any country. I don't care if you're from Russia. I don't care if you're from France, if you're from Mexico or some country I've never heard of that has a language and you still click to talk. I don't care what it is. Okay? It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
You come to the United States, you speak English. And in our school,
and it's so easy, right?
The fact that we're pushing kids to have to learn another language when they can barely speak English as it is just a disgrace.
Right.
Focus on English. That's our language.
You can take, there's Rosetta Stone, there's Babbel. It's not a hard language to learn. It's interesting. You can understand what's being said, but you can't say the words back. I said this many times on this show. My wife and I, we honeymooned in 2008 when we got married. We took a 10 or 11 day trip to Italy. I was embarrassed that I couldn't speak Italian. And I was like, oh man, I'm just shaking my head. I'm like, I'm sorry. Like I felt bad about it. And then I'm a big fan of the PGA Tour. And you have guys from Asia. Hideki Matsuyama is Japanese, speaking of the Japanese language. The guy's been on the PGA Tour since 2009. And he's still using an interpreter. Dude, you've been here for 16 years.
Unacceptable.
Nobody's asking you for the square root of 524.
Right.
What went well on the golf course today? You can't answer that after a decade and a half? Come on, man.
No, that's ridiculous. You come here, you need to assimilate. All right? If I moved into another country, I would make sure that I could speak the language before I moved there. Right?
Stop
or at least once I moved there, make an effort.
Yeah.
You sound like Hillary Clinton from 2008 and completely agree with Sean totally. I'm not so much against learning a foreign language in school as an elective. It shouldn't be mandatory. But
as an elective, fine.
Yeah, as an elective, that's fine. In Europe, it seems like most kids there speak at least 2 or plus languages. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing for your brain just to be a slightly more cultured person. It surely shouldn't be mandatory by any means. And we should also be stressing American students to learn English a little bit better than they do so they don't talk in skibbity-doo and all the Gen Z language I barely understand these days. But it is absolutely abysmal that I've been learning about all this Gen Z. It's very new to me. But some of the people I work with are a bit younger, and they educate me.
Oh, you feel like the old gal, huh?
Oh, totally. But I've embraced it. I'm just you're dumb. This sucks.
Yeah, I didn't know what yeet meant until I spent some time on TikTok.
What's yeet?
There's that.
I don't know what.
Audience of
speaking
2.
in code.
Yeah, we're speaking in code. Yeet. Dan Borowski knows. He knows. All right, I mentioned the bathroom. Let's get to this last clip, and then we'll get to a break. Jimmy Fail is coming up bottom of the hour. We've seen our restrooms in this country, and hell, in this country, people go to the bathroom on SEPTA, mass transit. We just pee on sidewalks. We got our president, as Sean Farish would say, dropping Tootsie Rolls in front of the Pope. We just defecate anywhere. In Japan, they are a model of cleanliness. I can't believe this is a real video. Clip 2, Phil. Here's a Japanese public bathroom, but the only problem is they're transparent. Totally transparent until you lock them. Clip 2, roll this. Glass window toilet. He goes in, locks it, and now you can no longer see him. Voila! He vanished. Look at that. That is in Japan. That is a bathroom that you probably could only get if you had a new construction home in 2025. Yet here in the most advanced country in the world, we have big music festivals or sporting events, and we've got porta potties lined up everywhere. My high school that I went to just finally got rid of the long trough in the men's room at the football stadium. We actually have stalls now. I know it took until 2022 for my high school to do it. Modern concept. What an idea. But look at that, Phil. If we could just mute the audio, just roll that back one more time. Look how beautiful this is. You got a, your stand-up spot if you're a man. Just roll it again without the audio, Phil. Here he goes. Watch this guy. Walking in. He's got a sink. If he wants to sit down, the drop of number 2, he could do his thing.
Or number 1 if he's Lindsey Graham.
Right. Some dudes sit when they pee. You flip the switch, and then it turns into like a white
glass.
glass.
I can tell you this will go horribly wrong in the United States because there are going to be a lot of people who don't flip the switch.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, Dan,
This is America.
Borowski just said,
I have an
what,
idea.
What if the power goes out?
Yeah, I have an idea. Why don't you just build real walls, okay, that you can't see through? What's the point of seeing through them, right? I mean, you can go up to the door and see if somebody's in it when they flip the lock and it says vacant or occupied. So just build real walls.
Yeah.
There's no way that's less expensive, more expensive to build like actual, walls that you can't see into. Because I could tell you, in the United States, you're going to get some sicko.
Oh yeah,
he's going to put his junk on the window, and
that's right at Disney World, just for everyone to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. No thanks.
Not that.
Odds on something like that lasting in Philadelphia.
A day and a half.
Oh my God.
Not even.
No.
Half a day.
Terrell,
Maybe half a
Terrell
day.
Parker will then ignore it for 6 weeks and then come out and give this impassioned speech about bathroom etiquettes, and then she'll never do anything about it again.
No.
By the way, why is Japan so clean? We have such a disgusting world that we live in, right? Bags.
Well, we
kind of
helped them a few years ago.
Soda cans in the streets, garbage. Japan just looks like they've cleaned up their whole act.
I hate to be that guy, and I don't mean to interject here.
Look at Dan.
Hey, how you doing?
Dan Burrell.
Nice to see y'all.
Hey, Dano.
A couple years ago, Philadelphia had a Starbucks situation where they had to close bathrooms, and it turned into a whole national issue.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, because homeless people and people were shooting up in the bathrooms. So to Jim's point, this is not going to last in Philadelphia. People are just going to shoot up in them.
That's true.
When the power goes out and you see some guy, pass out on the floor, it's not going to be a good look for Philadelphia.
Moment of honesty on the show. Anna Hummel, have you ever used a business's restroom while you were not being a customer? You just ran in because you had to go. You didn't buy anything. You just did your business and rolled out.
Oh my God, every week of my life.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
and
I
once
have
you
as well.
know where it is, you just walk in you know the joint, which is
Right.
what I do all the
Right.
time. I'm just like, where is it? And then you don't ask for anything. You don't give someone a look that gives the permission look. You just go. You don't make eye contact. Most of the time, no one is going to stop you. And the reason why this works in Japan and not anywhere else is because Japan has something called shame, which we need to bring back to the United States of America.
Yes.
When you do shameful stuff, you shame your family, and the public goes, nay, shame on you, and they whip you, figuratively or literally. But yeah, Japan is big on shame and not shaming the family, and I think we need to bring shame back to the United States of America.
Fairish, moment of
I
honesty.
want the stockades to come back.
Moment of honesty. Have you gone into a business not as a non-customer and done a number 1 or 2?
Of course. I mean.
Yeah, Dawn and
I lived
Greg.
in New York.
Tried to
This
play
was
it
a,
off like they never did. Like they're so
What?
elitist.
There's no way.
I would never stoop to those
There's
levels.
there's no way that is no. It's had to have happened. Now, of course, there are now in my more mature years, and I'm not very much mature than I used to be, but I'm always like, maybe we should support the business, right? Maybe we should buy a pack of gum or something, right? If I go into a place, but not always.
Yeah,
not always. Not always. And by the way, if it's a Starbucks, I'm making a mess.
Oh yeah, yeah, and you don't flush either. You just leave it there. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, you got to buy a pack of juicy fruit. Can you still get juicy fruit for 25 cents? That was still the greatest value of gum of all time.
Come on,
I used to love juicy fruit. Juicy fruit, Big Red, Double Mint, Winter Fresh. I was not a Winter
Big
Fresh
League
guy.
Chew.
Big League Chew was phenomenal. Speaking of big
BLC.
leagues, we've got a clip for Jimmy Fallon when we come back at Wrigley Field that we have to play for him because Jimmy Fallon is going to join us for the cut sheet coming up next. But first, a word from our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders because they don't make furniture like they used to. And I can tell you right now, if you're in the market for furnishing one room in your house or yours truly just did the entire house for the new house, Bucks County Estate Traders the place to go because they do not produce cheap, awful junk. And guess what? They have a great sale going on right now. The Labor Day sale. It's going to start on Monday, August 25th, and it's going to roll straight through September 1st, where you can save 20 to 50% off store-wide. You can explore all styles from 18th century American and European designs to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers, and you won't find these high-quality statement pieces in big box stores. Their massive climate-controlled Hatfield showroom holds nearly 20,000 unique items. QR code on every item for instant details right to your phone. Doesn't matter. Living room, dining room, office, home office, man cave. Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the chain stores, you see something you love, you take it home the same day. Shop online with code LABOR25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com. But you have to use that code, Labor 25, 20 to 50% off. Open 7 days a week right there in Hatfield, and tell them Nick Kale sent you.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com. When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
This is the energy of space and sound. With 3 rows of premium seating, this is the 7-passenger Acura MDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
All right, 8:37, Kayal and Company, live on a Thursday morning, 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Wawa. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back at Wawa for a limited time. Get any sizzly, any size hot or iced coffee, and a crispy hash brown, all for just $5. The $5 Big Breakfast Deal is back. Gotta have a Wawa. Jimmy Fallon will join us once we can figure out some of his technical issues. But in the meantime, we'll continue with the cut sheet. Sean Farish, Anna Hummel in this morning for Stalker and Dawn. Phil, if we could, let's go to clip 8. I want to get to this baseball clip. I know Sean Farish is a big baseball guy. Phillies are obviously hot. Sean's a Texas Ranger fan. And I find this to be interesting because I know we live in this world of remote work. And I've actually had some friends that work remotely and then also have like a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in-office gig. And then Mondays and Fridays, they're able to be remote and they bring their laptop out with them to golf. And they cheat the system. But this goes to the next level. This is courtesy of Awful Announcing, where a Cubs fan attended a day game at Wrigley Field, and he spent the entire day on presumably his work laptop. Let's roll this. Clip 8.
How badly do you want it? Did you bring your mouse? You better bring your mouse. And then there's only one question. Is this working? There's only one question. Is this guy doing work or... My other thought is he's going over fantasy football draft.
Could be.
Look at this guy.
But
he brought the mouse pad.
This is the makeup game, right?
He didn't even use the mouse that comes in the middle of the laptop below the space bar. So my thought was he's either working remotely or he's placing live wagers on FanDuel in-game on upcoming batters. But is this acceptable or is this a fireable offense? If I'm the employer, let's say his boss was off that day and his boss is a Cub fan. His boss has got a day off on a Wednesday and he puts on the Cubbies and he sees Johnny, who said he had COVID, and Johnny's out there in the bleachers. Fireable offense, Farish?
I would say, that's, yes, fireable offense. That's you lied about being sick. You lied about all this other stuff, and you wind up in the bleachers. Now, the only thing I'd say is maybe he tested positive for COVID, and, it's not that bad. So he's out at the Cubs game, and he's with his computer. Then in that case, he's probably not getting fired. But I think if you lied about, being sick, you call in sick to work one day, you take your computer, or maybe you say you're in the office, right? Because your boss is off that day. You're like, yeah, I'll be there. And you log in remotely and you're doing all your work from your computer, but you're at the Cubs game. Yeah, you're probably getting canned for that. I would can you for it because you're being dishonest. I don't know why you're using the physical mouse, though. I'm not sure what that's about. I don't know who does that anymore.
Easier
I
to
have
maneuver,
one.
yes.
I have one and I thought maybe like it would be, I don't like it, so I don't use it anymore. But, what are you doing with that?
It's a physical mouse.
I know. I have one too. Hold on.
Is yours wired? Mine's wireless.
No, it's Bluetooth. I got a Jedi mouse.
Right.
Look at this. All right.
Look at that.
I got him.
Yeah. How's your mouse, Hummel? What kind of mouse you got?
No mouse here, actually.
Yeah, you use the
but
little
a
mouse
mouse
on the thing?
at work for sure. Listen, this is the one time you're supposed to dress like you're Antifa. If you're gonna go, I've seen a lot of women that go to Taylor Swift concerts and they call out sick and they have just like a crazy mask on. They're unidentifiable. That's when you
got like a burqa
use
on.
it. Yes, put your burqa on, ladies, or gentlemen in that case, if you're going to call out for work. But maybe this guy's like, I don't know, maybe he's like a day trader or something. I don't know. But
Could
it
be.
is certainly a win for the employee, a loss for an L for the employer.
All right. Speaking of business, let's go to clip 24A, Phil. And by the way, Dan Borowski with a great job today on a litany of fronts, including his cut sheet descriptions. Very short, very succinct. The labeling is good, so Phil won't get mad at the labeling. We did not use like serial codes or social security numbers this time to label, just merely a number and then a letter after it. So it's very simple. 24A. I have plenty of thoughts on this establishment, but Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel has revealed a new logo. CEO Julie Fels-Messino says people love their new rebrand, saying, quote, honestly, the feedback's been overwhelmingly positive.
Right.
That people like what we're doing, she told Good Morning America while discussing their overall rebranding efforts. Clip 24A, let's roll.
Honestly, the feedback's been overwhelmingly positive that people like what we're doing. I'll give you another soundbite. I actually happened to be in Orlando last week with all of our managers. We bring them together and every other year. And the number one question that I got asked, Michael, was, how can I get a remodel? When can I get a remodel? How do I get on the list?
Oh, really?
So because the feedback and the buzz is so good, not only from our customers, but from our team members. They want to work in a wonderful restaurant. So we're doing everything for our guests and our team members.
Well, Julie Messino, it's wonderful to have you here.
Pleasure to
and
be
thank
here.
You
Thank
for
you again.
answering those questions for all the Cracker Barrel fans out there. There's a lot of great changes.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Now, let's go back to that, Phil. Just put it in the box for us. Don't start it. I just want to see the logo previous. Yeah, right there. And let's have the lady with the glasses in there. She stole her eye apparel fashion from Keith Olbermann. So when you wear those glasses, that's the number one rule. Phil, just slide it on over. You don't have to hit play. And then we have, of course, the old logo and the new one. So they got rid of the man in the wooden rocking chair, and they got rid of...
supposed to be a white guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they got rid of the cracker and they got rid of the barrel.
The cracker and the barrel. Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yes. I didn't know there was a push to do this. I mean, what, did 9 people bitch about it on TikTok? I didn't know it was a thing. As long as they don't touch the recipe for their country fried steak, I'm good. But I'm a little surprised in 2025 where a lot of businesses... it's amazing. Fox and Friends is talking about the same thing we're talking about. God, we know how to program this show, do we not? But anywho, where businesses are getting rid of all the woke stuff, the DEI stuff, the quotas, Sydney Sweeney, we're not going to back down, American Eagle. I'm a little surprised that Cracker Barrel is going down this route, Sean Farish.
yeah, I'm a little upset. It's like I thought this was like a 2020 thing to do, where you're taking people off. Now, of course, this is a white guy, I guess a white guy, that you're taking off of the Cracker Barrel logo, and not a black guy like or black woman like Aunt Jemima. We lost Uncle Ben's, right? We lost him. We got rid of Land Lakes, right? They removed the Indian and kept the land. I thought you're not supposed to do that anymore, right? It was like a Trail of Tears in the grocery store. All of a sudden, the Indian's gone, the land is still there. So what the hell is this? What is it? Where Andrew Jackson is back? Let's go. But look, I it's not just about the logo for me, even though the logo is very soulless. You've taken the whole like old timey, throwback to simpler times, and you've removed it. Like you just destroyed the brand. All right, like it's the Cracker Barrel Old Country Store. Now it's like, Cracker Barrel millennial Gen Z, like soulless, brutalist architecture themed generic restaurant. No, sorry, I'm not going back. I don't care recipe change or no recipe change. It's not like the ambiance is gone. Like it's just. I don't know. I'm not happy about it.
It's too corporate. It's too homogenized. It doesn't fly with me. I agree.
Yeah,
not happy about it.
Character assassination. Like they took all the character and zhuzh out of the Cracker Barrel experience, which I guess is
what you brought up?
Either way. Yeah. Good
idea. Good. It's a good thing. It's a character assassination. You know what's funny? It's exactly what Cracker Barrel just did to itself is what Disney did to Luke Skywalker in the new Star Wars. They turned him into a complete loser, right?
Yeah. Worse than the Washington Redskins becoming the Washington Commanders. I'm looking at the New York Post article. This is the first time in 48 years that the Cracker Barrel logo will be text only with no images. And starting this past Tuesday, August 19th, not only did the logo go into effect, they did menu updates as well. I'm going to have to look into this. Let's see if there's anything menu-wise. Did they ditch some item? I mean, this is ridiculous. It also noted that farm fresh scrambled eggs and buttermilk biscuits are on the chopping block as they are going to a more cost-effective approach. Oh, so now it's about cost, too.
Now you're getting rid of the biscuits?
Oh, my God.
Just burn the whole place down.
I know.
Next, they're going to get rid of the peg game, which they, by the way, changed. They have now made it like, it's less. The game doesn't yell at you now if you leave 3 or more. It used to call you like basically a stupid what. Now it's like, oh, you're okay.
Oh, and now country music artist Jordan Davis, who I like, is going to star in the new commercial, which debuts today in New York City to kick off the partnership. So I've got another country singer that wants to be a woke hipster and bow down to the left. Okay. All right, Jordan Davis. I like your music, but this is the way
I didn't
we're
realize
gonna
you guys were such Cracker Barrel fans. I've maybe been there once in a pinch.
What about Waffle House?
Granted,
What about
it's not
Waffle
like
House?
No, thank you. It's not a haven for no fun vegetarians like myself. So
that's right, you are vegan.
Yeah, I mean, not a vegan. I'm not that unfun, but close.
Okay,
close.
Which is really interesting because you're a very fun person, and even
you be a plant-based fun person, okay?
Really,
God.
I didn't know that was possible.
Vegetarians, vegetarians are okay. Vegans, that's the line, right? I know some vegetarians who are very fun people because they're not totally, but vegan, when you start doing the whole vegan thing, it's like, no.
Yeah, it is a buzzkill if you do have if you declare that you're a vegan, everyone just rolls their eyes around you. So don't do that.
I'm not one of those.
Exactly.
By the way, speaking of buzzkills and speaking of animals, did you see that PETA is demanding that Mario Kart remove the bull ring nose ring from the animated figure in the Mario Kart game?
What?
Saying that
would you
Wario
stop?
or something?
They're not even real animals. What is Yoshi's not even a real? Well, he isn't wherever. They're not even real things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Bowser is like a cross between like a turtle and a dragon and a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Yoshi is a dinosaur, a green dinosaur. Okay. What else? There's a walking mushroom.
Toadstool.
Right, Toad. I mean, what bull
Peach.
ring? What are we doing?
Yeah. This is the first time you're ever going to hear the left say, take out the nose ring.
Yeah, that's really bizarre.
Yeah. Let me see.
I hope that helps them, whatever they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
Against fake animal cruelty, animated animal cruelty.
I'm sorry, it wasn't a bull. Variety has this story. PETA urges Nintendo to remove Mario Kart World cow's nose ring. I guess there's a cow in Mario Kart. I don't remember there being a cow in Mario.
I think on one of the courses, you could hit a cow or something. Like it's on the thing as an obstacle. No, if it has a ring in its nose. Oh my! Just leave it alone.
I thought we were past some of this stuff, but apparently not.
But I guess in GTA you can just like murder hookers and that's not a problem. But
yeah, that's a great point.
That's true.
The amount of violence in video games is unbelievable. All right, speaking of violence, where is this one? I want to find this clip. I had this just a moment ago. Okay, here it is. Clip 34, Phil. Hopefully we censored this. A TikToker makes an urge for action, a call for violence. This TikToker says you should shoot anyone that you see wearing a MAGA hat. Clip 34. Let's roll this.
Okay, guys. So I would like to start a new movement.
All right, pause it real quick. Leave her in there.
She's kind of cute.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Anna, you can throw something at us. Me, yes, would. Sean, you?
No. I'm happily married. We don't do that.
Wood? I don't know. Am I supposed to
Anna, would?
Contribute? Would, sure. Yeah.
All right, roll the footage. Let's go.
MAGA. Because people like that respond to fear and terror and aggression.
The eyes.
And logic and empathy and
Look how big the eyes are getting.
Intelligence. It doesn't work for them. So fear works. So if we all get our guns and use our Second Amendment right and our common sense, at this point this administration is begging us to rise up and revolt. And you see somebody with a MAGA hat, pew pew. That's what we do. That's the way. It's the only way. Put them back in their basements, make them scared again to be racist, homophobic, and terrible, just awful fucking pieces of because I would way rather live next to immigrants than MAGA people. MAGA people deserve to be terrified and scared to walk in the streets because they should know that real Americans are going to kill them.
Well, I'm not going to bring her to Cracker Barrel anytime soon. My God. Let me ask you, on a serious note, I brought this question up about a week or two ago with Dawn and Greg, and I said, many times you see the libs of TikTok. They will post these videos, and then they will copy Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino in and say, threat against Trump, threat against innocent citizens for simply wearing a MAGA hat. Do you think the authorities, and maybe they get to Pam Bondi's desk and then they just vanish, do you think they're acting on any of these and going after people and tracking them or even showing up at their doorstep and saying, is this a legit threat? Are you following through with this, or are you just running your mouth on TikTok?
I think in some circumstances they are. I think after the 86-47 thing, there were a bunch of people visited. I think the Krasensteins got visits from Secret Service, and they said, "Hey, we do have to, check in here." And maybe they were doing it for show, kind of to embarrass them, and or maybe not. Look, in my opinion, right? We don't want to crack down too much on the speech thing, right? You want to say, you don't like people in MAGA hats, but at the same time, you're not supposed to incite violence. So, I would say if it's a credible threat, like credible, right? You could determine that there's actual like probable cause that this person's going to commit violence and they're not just running their mouth. Then you pay them a visit. But this is where having good judgment comes into play. So, but in some cases, I think these people have been visited.
Let's just flip it around, though. Let's go back to the previous administration. If that female was saying this in 2022 after COVID lockdowns, saying that if I see a white dudes for Harris shirt or a Joe Biden Build Back Better hat, not that there is one, but let's just make that hypothetical up, and said, hey, let's take advantage of our Second Amendment rights as Americans, as a Republican against Democrats, do we think the authorities would show up for those individuals? I would bet my paycheck on it.
Yeah, they probably would.
Right?
And it'd probably be a lot easier because there were far fewer of them. It seems like there's so many people with TDS who are happy to call for violence. And yeah, what Sean was saying, it is kind of like a delicate line of free speech and inciting violence. I mean, what do we consider inciting violence? Like encouraging people, suggesting, or is it demanding? Like at what line is it? And to be honest, I don't really know.
Yeah.
But,
right. It is a fine line, right? So, and I think to answer Nick's question, right? So, like, would authorities visit a Republican if they said that online? Yes. But do I still think it's wrong if it's not a credible threat? Yes. Right. So, just because the authorities get weaponized against us doesn't mean I want to see it get weaponized against anybody else. I say, look, handle credible threats of violence. You see somebody maybe brandishing a weapon online and saying, I'm going to go to the gas station and exercise my Second Amendment. Immediately, right? Immediately visit that person. If it's just some rando running their mouth on TikTok and it's like, I don't like these people. If I see someone in a MAGA hat, I'm going to kick their blah, blah, blah. That's not, to me, now we're getting ticky-tacky, right? Where it's like, all right, but is this person just saying it? But that is the thing, Now, should the authorities maybe investigate the individual, investigate the individual's account, and have they, let's say, made credible threats in the past? So that would be a pattern of behavior, and that warrants a visit. Sure, but I think it's case by case, and it's one of these things where we don't want to look at every word that everybody says online and say, well, that could be considered incitement, because then soon we're not going to be able to say anything, right? And then that's a big problem. Or
just waste a bunch of people's resources and time where you're just investigating every single person that's saying something.
Where there's real problems.
Correct.
One of the worst things when we got swatted is the entire, we had not hundreds, but like a lot, 12 police cars were here. And I'm sitting there going, they're here at my house. I didn't do anything, right? With this thing, but what happens if a bank was getting robbed down the street or something really bad was happening? They're all focused on me, right, and on some nonsense that's going on here. So, that's part of the problem too.
All right, Cut Sheet will continue as we get to the 9 o'clock hour. Wait till you see what one TikToker is urging her followers to do in the resistance against 47. We'll get to that, and then Fight Club just about 13 minutes away here on a Thursday. 9 o'clock hour coming up next.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And now's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do it today. Shop online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob!
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Celebrate the art of relaxation during the Spring Dance Hot Tubs Anniversary Sale, August 8th through Labor Day. Save up to $5,000 on in-stock luxury hot tubs from Hot Spring and Caldera, with additional savings for immediate delivery. Experience endless pool swim spas and swim all year round, starting at just $170 a month. Enjoy 50% off all endless pool accessories and save up to $2,000 on the only automated cover by Covana, the ultimate in spa elegance. Visit springdancehottubs.com for details. Financing available with approved credit. See stores for details.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
9 o'clock hour underway here on a Thursday morning, 9:03. It's brought to you by First Harvest Credit Union. Save more and spend with purpose when you open a First Harvest Union Credit Union growth checking account. Earn as high as 2% APY while enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. Fight Club coming up in just about 6 minutes. California, the theme today. A lot of California conversations. Cost of living, that fraud governor Gavin Newsom, and Fight Club will emanate from a California high school, and it's coming up in just about 6 minutes. But Mentioned this before we went to the break. Kind of fascinating. We had some TikTok stuff early. People making threats against MAGA. If I see you in a MAGA hat, I'm going to pull out my gun and shoot you. This one not nearly as violent, but the TDS is still stage 5. Clip 39, Phil, as a TikToker urges her followers to start dating illegal aliens to protest the Trump administration deportation.
Come on, stop.
Yes.
That's an A for creativity, though. I kind of like that.
Yes, I think she's launched a website. It's called bangingbadhombres.com. Must prove that you're 18 or older. Yep. Please prove your birth certificate to view this kind of material. Clip 39, TikTokers have reached perhaps TDS stage 6. I thought it capped off at 5, but apparently it goes higher. Let's roll. Jimmy, do we have the audio? Let's see here. Well, she's got goofy glasses on. Those are like
they're not the stereotypical black Keith Olbermann, Rosie O'Donnell, Jim Acosta glasses.
They're the red ones.
The Sally Jesse Raphaels.
Yes, and by
you know
the way,
what I'm talking about?
Did
Big
you
fan
know
of hers.
Sally Jesse Raphael and yours truly both born and raised in Easton, Pennsylvania?
Really?
Yep. There's 4 famous people from Easton. There's
Okay.
former heavyweight boxing
You?
champion of the world, Larry Holmes.
Okay.
Yours truly, which I'm not famous.
Sure.
Sally Jesse Raphael.
Yep.
And adult film star Lisa Ann. All Easton, Pennsylvania.
Amazing.
Now, you want to talk about diversity. A conservative radio host, a porn star, a television talk show host, and an African-American 7-year stretch world champion boxer from 1978 to 1985.
You got range, Easton. You got range.
We got range.
Did you have a favorite like 90s talk show host? Because Sally Jesse Raphael was my number one. Or are you more of a Maury Povich kind of guy?
Well, when I would lie that I was sick and stay home from school, it was watch Sports Center one time.
Okay.
Then go to the talk show circuit. It was Maury, Springer, Sally,
Ricky Lake,
Jenny Jones.
Mm-hmm.
And then we would put The Price is Right on with Bob Barker.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Bob Barker always had that real skinny microphone, the handheld one. It was like as wide as a pen.
Yeah.
Like the Gene Rayburn from Match Game, that microphone.
That game, yes, that is correct. He was probably the
beautiful game.
originator of that, yeah.
I got along very well with Gene Rayburn, by the way. Very well.
Gene Rayburn.
Much longer microphone. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we do, sir.
My microphone's a lot bigger.
Yeah, it is. You have a megaphone, they say.
A megaphone. It's called
a megaphone. All right, I believe we have the audio. Let's roll this back again. Here's the TikToker urging her followers to date illegal aliens to protest Trump and deportations.
If you hate this administration and you are single, the most radical thing you can do right now is start dating immigrants. Think about it. It hasn't been working out with these American men anyway, has it? I wonder why. Well, look at our country. That's why. So when you find a man from another country who can truly appreciate your genius, your beauty, your whole life will change. And on top of that, you're going to piss off the president. Woo! Oh, they're stealing our jobs. Wait till they start stealing all the women.
I mean, red
You know what would be-
glasses, they just...
The only thing that could make this better if 10 migrants start coming down the stairs and then they just have like a gangbang. Like this was an OF video. That's exactly where I thought. I'm like, could it be the intro to an OnlyFans video? Because that would be hilarious.
Sean, the odds that this chick is single, 70% likelihood, 80%?
I would say higher than 70.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say higher than 70. She's bat soup crazy, okay? Like she's just this woman's nuts.
What does that exactly accomplish, though? But you think because you're dating somebody that's an illegal alien that Tom Homan and ICE can't deport? Like you're on a date.
immediately.
Matter of fact, you know what I'll say about that? It's even better. Is okay, you're dating the illegal alien. Why don't you publicize it and say this is Juan Martinez Manuel Lopez Diaz? Him and take him out. That's it. Maybe she's actually an undercover ICE agent.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for her, I don't think that she's really their type because they like, the 8-9-year-olds. So not all of them,
Right.
Not all of them, but it seems like they've.
Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, lady, you're out of luck.
We're going to call her Maryland woman. I think there's a good chance that she would actually date Kilmar Abrego Garcia And Chris Van Hollen would oversee their marriage. He would be like the pastor. He would wed them forever.
Yeah.
Red glasses, red sweatshirt. I mean, what is it? I mean, I don't get it. Like Anna, I'm like, and Sean,
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and say that my eyewear is fashionable. These are like $90 glasses that I bought at Lens Crafters or whatever, and I only have to wear them when I'm in this godforsaken studio that's got more lighting than Fox News because I can't be staring at these lights and all these monitors and screens without getting a headache. So I got the blue light lenses that keep the glare off, and I won't get the tension headaches that I was getting when I first started this show. It's the only reason I wear glasses. But is that a fashionable? What is it with the I'm going to wear the biggest glasses imaginable as a left winger? Is that the costume now? I mean, we know we have the nose ring and the hair dye, but the glasses, I think it might start with the lenses. Oh no. Did everybody crash?
No, I'm good. I saw him talking, but I wasn't
talking,
sure.
But we can't hear him.
Wasn't coming through. It does seem to be part of the uniform. I'm not sure like what your frames say about you, but yeah, the Weezer glasses. I wasn't sure about the reference you made earlier, but they do kind of give me like Weezer vibes. But yeah, I think it's like you're trying to look bookish and that you're like more educated than the rest of us, and that's why you wear. But just because the bigger your frames are doesn't mean the bigger your brain is. So
how thick are
it's a
those
false
lenses?
correlation.
That's a good question, Jimmy.
How thick are those lenses? They look like they could burn the city down.
I would say you would know, but then again, you can't see anything, so now I understand why you're asking.
You can see how red these glasses are.
Right. Yeah,
you can see how red they are and how big they are.
Like Jimmy Kelly's got nice glasses, nice size. They fit his face perfectly.
The only thing I can't see is whether she's sitting in a car doing this or not. Because normally you see all the crazy liberals are all sitting in a car somewhere,
right,
filming these videos.
She's in a home.
Yeah. Oh, she's in. Okay.
I saw a staircase behind her. So
there, you can see Jimmy's glasses on YouTube right there.
Yeah, it looks good.
Look at that.
Looks good. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Joe Pesci and my cousin Vinny when he's interrogating that lady on the stand and cross-examining her. He's like, so how many levels of thickness have you gone through over the years?
How many have you gone through there? It's a great time over there. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I'm funny how? What, I'm here to amuse you with my blindness? That's the problem. I'm here to amuse you?
Jimmy, let's do a little test here. How many look over here. How many fingers am I holding? And only Jimmy Kelly answer this. How many fingers am I holding up, Jimmy?
It looks like you're holding up 4.
Wow.
How many am I holding up, folks?
3.
Okay.
Jimmy Kelly. There he is. All right. Let's get to, hopefully we got Farish's mic figured out. Farish, are you back with us?
Farish?
No, I don't hear
Farish
him.
is gone again. We see him talking.
See the lips talking.
I think he can hear us. Yeah. No. Jimmy Fallon couldn't get on. Farish is struggling here down the stretch.
I think it's a Trump thing. It's all Donald Trump's fault.
Is Hillary hacking this too? This
Thanks,
is
Obama.
radio interference.
Yeah.
Yeah. From Russia to Odyssey.
Yeah.
All right. We'll figure out Farish, but let's get to our Thursday edition of Fight Club.
Yes.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
We are going to knock you out.
Kayal and Company Fight Club is sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority, you. Visit tricounty.com.
All right, here we go. A California high school student takes a unbelievable beatdown.
So good. So good.
After slapping a staff member. This is courtesy of TMZ. A rep for the Lincoln PD tells TMZ that the school's resource officer responded to the fight and witnessed the student assaulting the staff member. The officer restrained the student, who was then placed under arrest and later booked into juvenile hall. This happened in Northern California, Lincoln High School, Lincoln, California, about 30 miles north of the capital, Sacramento, and this occurred on Tuesday. The teacher appears to try to direct the student out of the gym, and a couple of times he places a light hand on the student's arm to direct him into the hallway, and then all hell breaks loose. Let's roll our Thursday California High School Fight Club.
Hey, record that.
You're gonna have to come with me. Get off me.
Can't tell me what to do.
Come with me. Don't touch me. Oh, there's a slap. 2 slaps. Here we go. 2 adults, 1 kid. It's gonna get ugly here. Here it comes. Puma bag's coming off. Let's see. Oh, he pushes him into the door. Here comes the security guard.
He's not
and boom.
playing.
Oh, the takedown at the end. Oh,
That was beautiful.
so that
made my day.
The 2 staff members, and I think we have Sean back there.
Yes,
perfectly.
he's back.
Phil, if we could roll back to the final 7 or 8 seconds, let's mute it, and then let's see as the third person comes in, looks like a school security resource officer. He says, you know what? We're not going to beat around the bush anymore. You're getting Brock Lesnar, homie. Here it comes. Boom! That's a German.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a belly-to-back German suplex, I believe.
Yep, that was a mad dad.
Suplex City.
Yes. Yes. I'm tired of these kids thinking that they can put their hands on people in a position of authority, right? Like if my daughters, that would be different, but if I had a son and my son decided to slap his social studies teacher, not only would he get it when he got home or I picked him up, but I would have no problem with that school official doing that to my son if he initiated the contact. Send him a lesson, and then I'll reinforce it round 2 when we get home. Does anybody object to that?
No, and you
No.
failed as a parent. I'm sorry if that's your kid.
Right.
Slapping teachers.
Right.
I could not even fathom. I couldn't even fathom.
In my family, a teacher was never wrong. Teacher was never wrong. And my father would sit there in the middle of yeah, you know, if he's giving you a problem, just kick him you know where and he'll figure it out. Just give him a good swift kick and then that's it. Just he will figure it out.
Yeah. Farish, did this ever happen in any of your schools on Long Island?
Teachers fighting with students like that?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember that. I've seen the teachers get in and kind of break up the fight, but not actually like be a member of the fight. No.
Hummel, did this ever occur in California when you were out in the West Coast?
No. As a geriatric millennial, I didn't see any of this. We had reverence and respect for teachers back then. And yeah, never saw. I saw fights between students, but never a fight between a student where he was smacking a teacher in the face. No.
According to the report, they have not said whether the staff member will face any discipline for the controversial takedown.
God, no.
I would love to know what caused this to happen. I mean, the kid is wearing a hat, so I don't know if you can't have the hat on in school. This looks like it occurs on the basketball court inside of the high school gymnasium. I don't see
before
another
pep rally or something.
Right, and I'm assuming schools are back early. You know, Pennsylvania seems to start about as late as anybody. I know in Nashville and Tennessee they start the first week of August, and this kid's got a hooded sweatshirt on.
That's crazy.
And he's got his hat on. And by the way, he deserves to get wrecked for slapping like a girl. Did you see the real Fugazi slap that the student tries to give the teacher?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, if that doesn't scream California, what does?
Yeah, right.
This kid might be the future mayor of Los Angeles.
Crazy. Oh, I love the mad dad move. He's like, absolutely not.
Yep, look at this guy.
I'll take care of it.
Oh.
Down.
Oh.
Even the students cheered. They were like, yeah.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
They were excited.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Now, jurisdiction matters. My guess is because this is Northern California, this is just above Sacramento, that guy's going to get faced with some sort of disciplinary action from suspension to criminal prosecution to perhaps losing his job. If this was Florida, Texas, Mississippi, probably a different outcome.
Yeah, probably a parade for this guy.
Right.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope he maintains his job. He should be, he's a hero. It's great. You got to get the kids back in line, man. You can't be acting a fool, acting out of pocket like that.
I agree. This might be the leader in the clubhouse. I thought the one that we had a few days ago was fantastic. I absolutely.
The chicken tenders one? Or?
Yeah, well, there was the chicken tender one, and what else did we have? We had a couple others, but yeah.
Oh, the two
There
athletic
was a chicken
boys.
tender fight?
Yeah.
You're not going to believe this, Sean.
Yeah, when
on
you
a
hear this.
Carnival cruise ship.
Yep.
Oh,
If you
of
see
course.
the
That's the
picture-
Walmart of the seas.
The buffet.
painting, yeah.
Buffet was out of chicken tenders. So the Royal Rumble broke out.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
and the
love
two-
Carnival cruise fights. That's why we call them the Walmart of the seas. That's why. And Spirit Airlines is Walmart of the skies.
Don't get me started.
And of course,
on
Walmart is Walmart of the ground.
That's
Right.
You know.
Oh, don't get Nick started on Walmart.
I had an unbelievable experience on Sunday that I discussed on the show Monday at Walmart, and it was. I'll just say this: go back and get it on the Odyssey app. I don't know that I can recreate the vitriol I had that was pouring through me. Just unbelievable. All right, we'll come back and get to a couple of more clips, and then we will work our way towards Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie clip. We have another QR code digital download for Tom Cruise Mission Impossible. Also, what occurred today in music history and what's up on tap for 10 o'clock this morning. By the way, who's on tap this morning? Do we have Opelka or do we have Kathy Barnett? Who's in this morning? Does anybody know?
Kathy Barnett.
Kathy Barnett.
Yes,
KB's coming up in for Dawn in about 40 minutes. And we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose. Finally. Does he know what kind of ring you want? Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and eyeing.
You're the best.
Step up to the fifth C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
Your dream kitchen or bath starts with family. Ours. At Kitchen Magic, we're a second-generation, family-owned company with over 45 years of experience remodeling kitchens and baths. We proudly make our own cabinets in the USA, so we're tariff-proof and built to last. Right now, you can save up to 30% off cabinets through August. Choose the experts your neighbors trust. Kitchen Magic. Call or visit kitchenmagic.com to schedule your free consultation.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
You deserve the best, and the best pick-me-up is a tasty cake treat. Whether you need a quick snack for the kids or a tasty little moment for yourself, we've got something for everyone. Tackle your errands after enjoying delicious crimpets with smooth icing and a perfect cake. And mouth-watering peanut butter candy cakes are just the right size for getting things done on the go. Find all your family's favorites in stores now. Nobody does it better than Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
$9:24. Kayal and Company rolling on Thursday morning. Sean Farish, Anna Hummel will be in again tomorrow morning with me. Greg Stocker off until the Tuesday after Labor Day. Dawn will be back next week, and then we will all be back together on Tuesday, September 2nd. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We've got a ton of cuts to get to. I actually want to go back to some of the serious stuff that was playing out yesterday. And we're going to roll over here, Phil, to I'm going to get to the J.D. Vance stuff here in just a moment. Where was that as I had it? Yes. We'll start with clip 3. Yeah, I love Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller doesn't sugarcoat anything. Super bright, super bold, exactly what you want from somebody in this administration. And this was, I guess we had some protesters outside of Union Station. And I want to roll clip 3, Stephen Miller on the pro-crime protests outside of Union Station. And this was great because he took a nice swipe at the same general characteristics and demographics that we see of all of these protesters that pop up throughout the country on crime, deportations, Donald Trump deciding to use ketchup instead of mustard. The same type of people. Everywhere you go, a select low-energy group, and they always look the same. Clip 3, Stephen Miller.
For too long, 99% of this city has been terrorized by 1% of this city. And the voices that you hear out there, those crazy communists, they have no roots, they have no connections to the city, they have no families they're raising in this city, they have no one that they're sending to school in this city, they have no jobs in this city, they have no connections to this community at all. But they're the ones who've been advocating for the 1%, the criminals, the killers, the rapists, the drug dealers. And I'm glad they're here today. Because me, Pete, and the Vice President are all going to leave here, and inspired by them, we're going to add thousands more resources to this city to get the criminals and the gang members out of here. We're going to dismantle those networks, and we're going to prove that a city can serve for the law-abiding citizens who live there. We are not going to let the communists destroy a great American city, let alone the nation's capital. And let's just also address another thing. All these demonstrators that you've seen out here in recent days, all of these elderly white hippies, they're not part of the city and never have been. And by the way, most of the citizens who live in Washington, D.C. are black. This is not a city that has had any safety for its black citizens for generations. And President Trump is the one who is fixing that with the support of the Metropolitan Police Department, the support of the National Guard, and our federal law enforcement officers. So we're going to ignore these stupid white hippies. We all need to go call them a ticket nap because they're all over 90 years old. And we're going to get back to the business of protecting the American people and the citizens of Washington, D.C.
That's just, I mean,
boom. Stupid white hippies.
Stupid elderly white hippies. You 90-year-olds, go home and do what Nick Kayal does at 11:30. Take your nap, all right? Get lost. This is great. You know, and the way he framed that as well with the demographics and the stats and what the city is comprised of, boy, that really just takes a blowtorch to the, Donald Trump doesn't like black people, he's racist narrative, the Smithsonian Institute. I mean, look at the percentage population makeup in Washington, D.C. This is not just to protect Nancy Mace or anybody else, Sean Farish. These are, again, people that do not have to deal with the crime protesting against what the majority want that have to live it every day.
Right. Well, it's the same people like they showed up outside of the White House and did the "We Stand with Ukraine" dance, and they're not the ones fighting the war on the front lines. It's always, they're always talking about somebody else's backyard. They never want to talk about, what they themselves are doing. They always think they have the answers to everybody else, and it's annoying, right? It really is. It's annoying to have to watch these people tell, from their ivory towers, look down their nose at other people and say, oh, I know what you need. I know what's better for you. You must oppose the orange man. He's going to do things that are bad for you. I have your best interest. It's so condescending and so elitist. And, we talked about it a couple hours ago. No wonder why the Democrats are bleeding voters. Nobody wants to be told. They just leave us alone. Mm-hmm. You do your thing, I'll do mine. How does that sound? I think that sounds pretty good.
Sounds very good.
This is the problem when you don't have any hobbies. I'm telling you, I see this everywhere. These retired libs, a lot of white libs, they don't have any hobbies. They don't have any things that they like to do. They don't know how to occupy their time. Unfortunately, I'm related to a few of them. And when I go on the Facebook and I see them at the No Kings protest and, Jews for Gaza or whatever, it hurts my heart.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Imagine retiring if you're a liberal, wealthy female or male. You're 65, 68, 72, whatever it is, whatever age you are when you've reached your retirement goal and you can retire and live off of whatever you've accumulated. And you spend your days watching MSNBC.
Yeah.
Home, alone, by yourself, talking to your cat, watering your plant.
Yeah. Go do pickleball.
Ordering new glasses for Rosie O'Donnell. Jim
Go join a
Acosta,
golf
morphing.
club. Go play golf.
Yeah.
Go walk 18 holes. Play 36. Have a cocktail.
Yeah.
Stop watching MS Now. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It's a PSA for my neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Let's stay with the Union Station protests. Here's the Vice President, Phil. Let's go to clip 4, J.D. Vance, and he takes a page right out of the Stephen Miller playbook. J.D. Vance on these deranged losers.
The entire world. Let's free Washington, D.C. so that young families can walk around and feel safe and secure. That's what we're trying to free D.C. from. And as Stephen said, it's kind of bizarre that we have a bunch of old, primarily white people who are out there protesting the policies that keep people safe when they've never felt danger in their entire lives.
There's a lot of hills that you can die on as a Democrat and lose elections, Sean. Men and women's sports, deporting illegal aliens, keyword illegal. I mean, once you defend something that is illegal, you can just stop right there. You're on the losing side of the argument. Mm-hmm. But imagine arguing and being in resistance of trying to impose law and order. I've never met a human being, maybe short of a criminal, a career criminal, that is against having law and order and safe streets.
Yeah, I think this is one of the, again, another 80-20 you mentioned. People want, it turns out that they're all, Republican, Democrat, you could be from another planet. You want to live in a safe place, right? I mean, even animals understand that they want to live in a safe place. This is, it's just part of how living sentient beings are, right? Like you don't want to constantly feel like your life is threatened or that you're in a dirty place somewhere that, harm can come to you at any moment, right? I mean, it's really not a hard concept. And when you look at Washington, D.C. and the amount of carjackings that there have been, car thefts, violent crime, assault with deadly weapon, homicides, right? Mm-hmm. When you look at all of those different, who wants to live amongst that? Nobody. Doesn't matter which way you vote. You don't want to live in that type of environment. And so Trump came in and said, look, I have the power to implement measures that can help with this. And a lot of the actual residents of DC were like, yeah, it's a problem here. Like, let's see what happens. Mm-hmm. But then again, you have all these people that come out. They want to say, no, you don't need to. This is terrible. You're DC's fine. Yep. Do you live there? No, but it's fine.
Right.
What? Yeah. It's crazy.
Some of the stats are coming out now, Anna, for the District of Columbia. And DC just went, get this, 7 days. So one full calendar week without a single homicide.
Wow.
That is the first time they have gone 7 days without a single homicide since 1983.
That's fantastic, and everybody should be celebrating that, but they won't. It's a very simple computational formula here where if Trump does it, you just have to hate it. It's just wrong. Doesn't matter what it is. He could cure cancer. He's even made that joke. I could cure cancer tomorrow and they'd hate me for it.
Childhood cancer. Childhood cancer.
Yes. Right. Something like that. So it is bizarre. It seems like half the nation, not half, but a large proportion of the nation just turned off their brain. And anything that he does is just you do the inverse or you want the inverse. It's really like, I don't know if this was popular, when you were a kid, but like reverse psychology, like tell the kid that you can have it and they won't want it anymore. That's kind of like what this is you just go like, if you want to get the Democrats on board, just do the opposite of what you planning on doing, and then they'll be for it. Doesn't matter.
That's right. All right, quick break. We'll come back, get to another cut or two before we round up and wind down the cut sheet. And then, of course, Jimmy Kelly's movie, Phil's music, and what's on tap for Kathy Barnett at the top of the hour. Back after this.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.938, Kayal and Company as we roll on Thursday morning, wrapping up the cut sheet with a few highlights, and then we will get to the typical bells and whistles to wrap up another 4 hours of broadcast excellence, because that's what we do. Red states today, baby. Florida and Tennessee, well represented. Let me just get to clip 5 here, Phil. Stephen A. Smith does his politics and culture show on YouTube, in addition to the ESPN stuff, which is amazing. He's 2 hours of TV, 2 hours of radio. Enough already with Stephen A. Smith. How many hours a day do you need to be on the air? I don't have that much to say. You have all this money in the world. Just go spend it. Oh, it's unbelievable. But Stephen A. Smith praises Donald Trump for working so hard to achieve peace. Clip 5, roll it.
There is no doubt that he has done more than practically almost any administration has tried to do when it comes to ending conflicts around the world. And he's put himself in a position where the political capital that he stands to gain isn't necessarily that great. So his willingness to do so is obviously something that shouldn't be ignored and something that should be, dare I say, applauded to some degree. Again, that doesn't mean I like everything he does. You and I can argue back and forth about a few things. But in the end, you are absolutely right when you point out that there's not much to gain for him in a lot of this, yet he engages anyway, and you have to give credit where credit is due.
You think about the concept of peace, Sean, and we always think about global wars and conflict and ending it. But by imposing law and order in your streets, less criminals on the streets means more peace on the streets. Ending Israel-Iran, ending, Hamas, ending Russia-Ukraine, or any other conflict. Every other president, for the most part, wants to drum up the war machine and feed the military-industrial complex. And this guy legitimately hates war. And yet, for some reason, that's a bad thing as well.
Yeah, apparently that's no good, right? You're supposed to want to feed the war machine. You have to be like Lindsey Graham. And want to do nothing but bomb other countries, right? You've remixed the Beach Boys, Barbara Ann to bomb Iran, right? It's the nuclear sites are not obliterated. Bomb them again, right? Donald Trump has solved or at least brought it to a conclusion many of these conflicts around the world. Azerbaijan, he's brought the Congo, a war out in the Congo, Israel, Iran, India, Pakistan, which by the way we call it World War 7-11, India and Pakistan. We called it World War. You're not supposed to. They say to me, "Sir, please don't say that," but I say it all the time. So it is commendable. When have we had? Remember all the people after when Trump was talking about maybe we're going to bomb the nuclear sites, and you had Alex Jones and all these people. Donald Trump is George Bush. I've never seen. I don't remember George Bush working this hard for peace. So we should all be. We should all be. Commending anybody. Again, this is across party lines, right? We should all be happy with the fact that the leader of our country, who sets the pace and the tone for the rest of the world, doesn't want the rest of the world to be fighting with each other and killing each other. This is objectively a good thing, and yet you have the left that are like, oh, no, the orange man bad. At least I'll give credit to Hillary, and I'll say this. She's not doing it because she likes Trump. She's doing it to avoid an indictment. But she's like, yeah, Nobel Peace Prize, maybe, if he brings about an end to the war. A blind squirrel theory, or maybe she's just trying to save her, what. But, I think that's what a lot of people are starting to realize. Hey, this peace thing, it's actually a pretty good thing.
I know.
Yeah, it's nice. And sometimes you have to create peace by removing the bad actors. You take diplomacy and negotiation as far as it can go. But at the end of the day, if you have to achieve peace through force, that's what you got to do. And in D.C., it looks like, bulldozing some homeless encampments and putting them in the trash. Mm-hmm. Again, that's probably my favorite clip of the week.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's amazing.
Well, sometimes force is the only way these people respond, respond to.
Last resort, you have to. Right.
You say please, you say please, you say please, and then you body slam them on the gym floor.
It's really remarkable because so many of his policies are common sense. So many of his policies are things that Democrats were on board with in the 90s or in the early to mid 2000s. And then he does something yesterday that I never would have thought of doing. And it's not an unbelievably brilliant idea. It's kind of obvious. What color is the worst color to wear in the heat? Well,
black.
Black. And what does he do? Sean, you weren't with us yesterday, so I'm going to tee you up for this one. He decides to paint the southern border wall black because it will make it more of a disadvantage for those trying to climb a wall if it's hotter. Brilliant.
Yes, we're going to do that. You know what it is? Because we want the bad hombres to burn their hands, right? We want them to go on there and say, ay, 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 mucho caliente. This is terrible, right? It's very bad. No, I think I saw that. And it was Trump's idea. Like Kristi Noem said, at the request of the president, this is what we're doing, which is just, I can't imagine that phone call. Like, could you imagine the Kristi Noem gets on the phone and it's just President Trump and he's like, Kristi, we have to do something. She says, what, sir? The southern border wall, I want to paint it black so that it gets hot so the bad hombres burn themselves when they try to climb it. Isn't that a fantastic idea? We could do it, right? And I wish I could have been a party to that phone call. I'm sure that's what it sounded like, something along those lines. But she said it was his idea. Yeah. Like it was at his request. So, he's thinking outside the box.
Just imagine what that was like when let's assume that it really was his idea. And he just has this epiphany. I don't know. It's 11:35 on a Monday night. He's drinking a Diet Coke, watching cable news because we know he loves to watch the news to see what people are saying about him. And he has this thought. And maybe he's got his Truth Social poster stenographer with him. And he says, jot this idea down. Send this to whoever it is, Kristi Noem. We're going to do the border wall black. Like, the last president, he was after Cracker Barrel's early bird special at 4:00, he was incognito. He was nowhere to be found, seen, or heard.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
I think he said to Barron, Barron, you want to know something? What do you think of this idea? Right? What do you think of this idea? We'll paint the wall black. What do you think? And then he probably got the idea. Now, you see what happened over the weekend? Or was it a couple days ago? He just tweeted Bella, B-E-L-A, right? That was, I think he said to Barron, he said, you want to see me F with people? You want to see something funny? Watch this. B-E-L-A. He said to me, Dad, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything, but these people's heads are going to explode. Bella. We're going to send it out. And that's what happened for it was Kofifi 2.0.
There you go.
The 25th
Got
Amendment.
the smallest neck I've ever seen. And the biggest head. We call them watermelon head.
All right, we'll come back. We'll get to Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip, your chance to win a copy of Mission Impossible, the latest installment with Tom Cruise. What occurred today in music history, and then we'll hand it off to Kathy Barnett. Back after this.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
At Tax Relief Advocates, we get it. Thinking about back taxes to the IRS can be very unsettling. Don't lose hope. With thousands of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, TRA is resolving taxpayers' delinquent tax problems nationwide once and for all. We could significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you haven't filed your taxes in years or are already facing collections, we can help. We aren't just some run-of-the-mill tax service company. We specialize in helping individuals and businesses with $10,000, $50,000, or even $500,000 in back taxes get speedy resolution. And in many cases, only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. The IRS isn't going anywhere, and neither is your tax problem. To see what tax relief you qualify for, visit TRA.com or call 800-335-8578. 800-335-8578. Again, that's 800-335-8578. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You're constantly searching for extra energy boost. As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine from Rescue Natural Supplements. Now, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listener offer, you can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing an order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get your second bottle of energy-producing Rescue Oracene totally free.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The time is finally here. Nick is free from his liberal in-laws and in his own place. And if you thought we were going to play Freebird during this segment, that would be like Nick getting good service at Greg's favorite store. I told you this Friday, let the settlement rants begin. This is Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Jimmy Kelly, the master of all things imaging. Great work as always, Jimbo. As we continue here, Anna and Sean will be back again with us tomorrow as we wrap up another week. We're going to get to Phil Almquist and what occurred today in music history in just a moment. But first, let's get to what we always begin the final segment with, and that is Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Well, see you in school. Yeah.
See you in junior high.
Penny.
Well, guys, I better get home before my mom puts me on 10 most wanted list.
As time went on, we saw less and less of Teddy and Vern, until eventually they became just two more faces in the halls. It happens sometimes. Friends come in and out of your life like busboys in a restaurant.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning, a digital movie code where you can get Tom Cruise as he stars as Ethan Hunt in this action-packed thrill ride that film critics are calling the biggest and wildest mission yet. Go inside the incredible stunts with over 50 minutes of jaw-dropping extras when you buy on digital. Available at participating retailers, rated PG-13 from Paramount Pictures. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck. One more tomorrow on Friday. Now we get to H-Share himself. What occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 21st, we celebrate the birthdays of Steve Smith from Journey as well as Glenn Hughes. Heavenly birthday shouts to Count Basie, born on this day in 1904, Mike Howe from Metal Church, and Joe Strummer. We also lost Don Everly on this day in 2021. Sigaku Love Song by The Cure in 89, and Hardest Part Is the Night by Bon Jovi in 85. Abdicate Warrior by Scandal in 84. Be Here Now by Oasis in 97. Detonator by Rat in 90. Against the Law by Stryper on the same day. And Conspiracy by King Diamond in 89. Also in 67, The Doors started recording the album Strange Days. In 65, the Stones were top the album chart. In 87, the movie Dirty Dancing was released. In 76, the first punk festival in Europe took place. And in 66, the Beatles played under a tarp at Busch Stadium on a rainy evening in St. Louis. It leads to their decision to stop doing concerts and instead focusing on studio work. But lastly, on this day in 2005, the Stones kicked off their A Bigger Bang tour. Saw that one in Hershey. Today in music history is sponsored by Staples. Calling all parents and teachers at Staples. Your back-to-school budget is officially saved by the button, the Easy Button. With supplies as low as 25 cents, plus laptops up to 40% off, plus more deals on top brands and trending styles. Find it all at Staples. That was easy. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Thank you very much, Phil. I believe we have our winner. Mike is in Berlin, New Jersey. Mike, what movie did we just play for you, buddy?
Stand By Me.
Stand By Me, yeah, that is correct, sir. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible. It is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
Have a good one.
There he is, Mike in Berlin.
A lot
Sean?
of people saying, sir. A lot of people.
Congratulations to Mike and Farish. Good stuff today. We'll do it again tomorrow. Sound good, buddy?
You got it. We'll be here tomorrow.
All right, brother. Anna Hummel, dazzling as always.
Thank you so much.
As the
It's a
kiddies
pleasure, as
say,
always.
let's run it back tomorrow. What do you say?
Absolutely.
All right. Everybody stay tuned. Kathy Barnett is up next, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., as John Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post